Hello, thank you for the follow. How's everybody? Hello, Kayakuri, Floundering Rage, False Skit Wolf. I like this. Side stories, Baby Yoda. Rim. I'll get to your question in just a moment. Saran, Alt, Pandarix. How's everybody? Hello, Ryan. Rim says, I'm a new player, wondering when should I transition to using an ultimate weapon? Finish Sears. I think, honestly, ultimate weapons, you sort of start using once you get it to 5-star. I think until then, you just sort of use Seraphic. So use Seraphic until you get the 5-star, okay? Alright, let's start with Sky Leap. How are you guys? Did you guys have a good start to your Easter weekend? How many of you guys have Easter break? Like Easter, like public holidays. We have Easter public holidays, but I'm actually teaching today. But schools go on holiday after this week. Technically, they've already started because it's Easter, but I'm teaching today and tomorrow, even though it's Easter weekend. There is no Easter event. No, Easter's not a thing in Japan. For the most part. At least it's not like a publicly recognized thing as far as I know. I'm sure they're aware of it. Hello, Vinny. Casino into... I guess we'll do our daily one bingo while we're here. Imagine bunny suits. I'm not sure that's... I feel like some people would be unhappy that Easter is represented by bunny suits. Might be wrong. Never once used Seraphic, but you just started 1090. Fair enough, yeah. Thanks for the beginner guides. Thank you for watching them. Hello, Paimon. How's it going? You expect a gacha to turn Easter into a way to sell bunny suit skins? The same way Christmas is KFC Day. I feel like that's different. I don't think those are the same. I'm gonna be real. And I think the simple reason here is that bunny suits are probably going to be somewhat suggestive or sexual in nature. And I'm not sure how people would like that being attributed to their Easter weekend. Now, I know Christmas is also technically a religious holiday, right? But it's not the same, if you know what I mean. I thought KFC was Thanksgiving. No, in Japan, KFC is like a very common Christmas thing. Fire Emblem Heroes does bunny suits for Easter. Shit sucks. Oh, do they? Okay, I guess other gachas do it. I thought they would just stay away from it. For potential, like, reasons. Yeah, basically what Animal said. I feel like holidays separated from... Like, Christmas is very easily separated from, like, the religious component of it, but Easter is not. Exactly. Only GBF doesn't do Easter banners. How many games do Easter banners? So Fire Emblem, I just learned. Who else does Easter banners? None of the big gachas do, right? Like, there's no Wuwa, Genshin, things like that. So, what are the other gachas that do Easter banners? Only FEH comes to mind. Only Guna gachas. Like, can I get examples? Does Nikkei do them? Nikkei people? Nikkei does not do Easter, okay. So far we only have Fire Emblem. Do we have any other examples, chat? We've gotten 2 statements that many gachas do them, but we've only got 1 example. Something's not adding up here. Something's not adding up here. A false kid. Oh, these are like the Easter ones. Alright, let's have a look. Yeah, so they put them in bunny suits, basically. Interesting. Blue Archive has bunny alts, but it's not Easter. Nope, that does not count, yeah. I'm talking specifically like Easter characters. Not talking like bunny suit characters. Bunny outfits of Valentine's, yeah. Welcome. You forgot 1 exclamation point, Marky. Marky, has any gacha you've played ever done Easter banners? Iju released on Easter, that counts. Absolutely not. No, okay. Yeah, I feel like Easter banners aren't as common as you guys are proposing. It sounds like it's only FEH. And just to clarify, FEH actually calls them Easter, right? It's not like just bunny girl outfits. They're spring heroes. And they're always in March, April. Okay, I see. So they're suspiciously bunny-shaped coming out around Easter, but they're not called Easter. Okay. I also feel like there's a reason for that. I feel like there's a reason they don't call them Easter. And I feel like it's related to what I mentioned before. Let's see. Angel Halo Pro. No, we did that. Over here. Wait, have I finished the FP? Are we still slogging? No, we did it. They'd never called it Easter, but they're wearing bunny outfits and there's egg hunts. Okay. They were more common in old Japanese and Korean gachas 10 to 15 years ago. Okay, I see. Marky, rate this song. Hydrate. Hello, Philo. A spring Steam sale. Oh, have they started? Any good games on sale, chat? Let me check my wish list. No, none of my wish list is on sale. That means back to wind I am. Everything Monster's on sale. Monster Hunter. Except Monster Hunter Stories 3. Because that's too new, which makes sense. Monster Hunter Stories 3 is gold and I really want to play it. I've just been too busy playing Granblue these days, and I've been working on... and I want to finish Procopio as well. Mega Man as well. I haven't played a Mega Man since Mega Man 2. And I played that when I was a lot younger. This makes me think a formal's meant to be for the wedding seasons. The only other game I see mentioned is AC and H. Formal and Granblue are basically June bride banners. But I don't think they're called bride banners because I think they're going to do male characters in the future. But yeah, they are meant to be wedding versions. But wedding banners are common, right? I think Fire Emblem does them. Yeah, Fire Emblem does them. I say common and I can only think of one example. But I feel like I've heard June Bride a lot in June. And for a long time, people were wondering if Granblue was going to do it. And I didn't want Granblue to do it because I didn't want another season to worry about, but oh well. Hello, comp. Alma has bride banners too. Hello, blue. FEH does every season you can think of. It surely sounds like that, yeah. Have I tried playing the other GBF games? Yes. I love Relink, and I have played Versus. In fact, Versus is how I got into Granblue in the first place. Have I tried other Cygames IPs? I've played a lot of other Cygames IP actually. I've played Princess Connect. I've played Ulma. I've played Shadowverse original. I've played Shadowverse the new one. I haven't played extensively World Flipper when that was there, and I never extensively played Dragalia. We played Dragalia for I would say Dragalia we played for like a solid like month or so, right? But I bounced off Dragalia mainly because I wanted it to be a gacha that I could play as much as I could Grand Blue, but the stamina wasn't that. It ended up being like a daily hey log in to use energy game, and that felt bad to me. I'm spoiled by Grand Blue. Grand Blue lets me play how much I wanted to. I went in with mismanaged expectations, I guess, for Dragalia. Why is the EVS 2 turned off? I don't need it. It doesn't really do much. It adds animation time. For EVR's 2 to be effective, it needs to cut a turn, and it doesn't. A lot of the time, you'll find that many setups might... when I say many, I'm talking like high-end optimized setups. You might find that they turn off certain skills which aren't impactful to the setup, and they just add time. In this case, EVR is that. Illusion Connect? Yeah, I played Illusion Connect. Been good progress. My Levy Mana Tour dropped. My Mana Diver is usable now. Got my Water Opus to Transcended 1, but I need far 0 feathers. That's good progress. Regalia is weird because stamina was limited, but you had GBF berries. I don't remember exactly, but I remember being limited in what I could join as well. There was some bottleneck there. You were character gated? That's not what I was thinking. Seeing green numbers feels like I'm hitting into one of the triggers that turns your damage into heals. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Let's do our cool EMT. Endgame in Dragalia also sucked because if you hadn't cleared the raid before, no one would give you the chance. Host could literally set the power level too high. A liar, I have a. Wish I had more friends with OD summons on support. Been using water OD for my esoteric join team, but you gotta do a different raid because no OD in support. Soon we'll have the third slot, right? So I think we'll be seeing more of them. I experimented on my grid. I dropped my Baha altogether since I have Celestial, use more Magna weapons, and they're more beneficial since my summon is also Transcendent Spine. Very nice. Experimentation, I encourage it. Very, very, very good. I can't uncap any of my Magna summons because of Sands, yeah. You'll get Sands eventually. You'll get one during Guild War as well if you are able to hit enough honors. Oh, did I do the event daily? I don't think so. For Master High Jupiter, at least there was a pity slot for Audric, so you could cheese the opening nuke, but all the other slots were Gala clear only. Have there been any new Andoria setups? Nothing substantial, I think. Is a liar worth it as an FA enjoyer? I think Alaya is a pretty solid FA character, yeah. Blue has a Celeste. Auto Dispel plus Auto Nuke that heals, usually a formula for a good FA character. Can you guys imagine if Maria procced on Auto Dispels as well? Shit would be nuts. Are you using Vesusia in sub? No, I'm not. My Vesusia is not uncapped, so I'm not using it. Also, Vesusia in sub wouldn't work, right? We need 8. MC would have what? Well, we have a Liar 3, it'd be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only have 7, unless I miscounted. Did I miscount? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's only 7. You need 8, right? So it would only work as main. And if we're doing it as main, Maybe main's worth it, I don't know. But yeah, either way, I'm not using the Susir at the moment. I don't know if it'd be better, but maybe worth a shot. I'll be honest, I don't think this setup lacks damage. How many stacks is Gil? How many stacks is Octavia getting per turn? I have no idea. Does Octavia have downtime on her unique passive? Her S3? I don't think I've seen it. How do you get origin classes? You have to get all the row 5s first. I have like 0 water artifacts. My water artifacts are sort of lower than I thought they were. It's a little yikes. JP Steam players. Japanese Steam players exist? Are you sure? I thought that game was region locked. Are they really VPNing? That doesn't sound worth it. Or do we just mean people who started this anniversary? Also rank 200 with Lancer Origin. Isn't that like literally impossible? Because you can't get Valor badges otherwise. Is there another way to get the Origin mat chat that I don't know of? Or do you not need the Origin mat until a certain point? You didn't get to screenshot it? No, I'm just contesting that firstly, I'm contesting the Steam part, and I'm contesting that this is actually a new player. The mat is for the last step. Okay. So you can get uncapped 1, 2, and 3, technically. You can unlock the class without it, okay. But yeah, by the way, rank 200 doesn't really mean much because there are people who just don't do the rank uncapped quest for whatever reason. Like if they're at rank 200, then there's a good chance that they're just rank capped. Is what we're saying possible? So they would need to have all row 5s. What's the requirement for row 5 again, chat? Is there a requirement for row 5? You need 30 masteries. 30 masteries. Okay, so that's just living in CQ. Essentially. Maybe they've converted moons to CP to make all of this possible. And then they've got one level of land to origin. And they've reduced gacha weapons probably for spears and axes. If this is a quote-unquote new player, it's someone who knows what they're doing at the end of the day. This is not an actual new player. Isn't row 5 getting specific requirements? Yeah, but some of them are master levels. You don't need any ultimate masteries, right? Getting the mats for origin unlock. Oh, yeah. Don't you need like fucking 30 M3 Omegas and stuff? Nah, I think the longer we talk about this, the more I'm thinking that this is not someone who started the game less than a month ago. It's like one of those low-level RuneScape PvP is just keeping the numbers low for fun, yeah. I do feel like at some point you want to get to 300 though for Vesusia, but that's about it. But yeah, there's plenty of people who just don't do rank on cap quest, just to keep their rank purposefully low. Is there a point in rushing an origin class? Well, we say rush, but it's not even rushing because origin literally makes you get everything before it. So... yeah, it's like getting it is just a natural point of your progression, so... Can't believe you've been playing this game for a month. Time flies by. But I really like this FA. This FA is fun. This cow MMT is good. Are you doing the one I'm doing, but just primal? I learned I shouldn't take estimated damage on face value. It was a mistake on my part. Yeah, it depends what you're using it for. Estimated damage is a good quick indicator, but you actually have to test things. Just better grid, yeah. That's good. The near nuke hits so hard, yeah, it does. I wonder if I can cut Satyr. Hang on, I scrolled up. How would a Steam account have an origin class? They don't. We talked about it. It's not a Steam account, firstly, because Japan doesn't have access to Steam. So they're VPNing for it, which seems counterintuitive. So there's that. And then secondly, it's just completely unrealistic. Is it possible? Yes. But if it is, it's not a new player. Like, as in, it's like someone like me who just no-lifed a new account. And they would have had to given up, like, really important... not important, but they would have had to, like, given up a fair amount of, like, gacha things and reduced a lot of quote-unquote bad things, which is also risky to make this even possible. If it is possible. This was just someone assuming that they were new because they were ranked 200. That's all it was. But at the end of the day, you should never compare your progress to somebody else. That's just a recipe for disaster. Oh, I see a turn where Octavia does not have 10 stacks, by the way. So I guess she does not have it all the time. I really want to get to rank 300 so I can get destroyers, mainly because I'm tired of seeing setups that require them. Requires a very strong word, just try without. You might just have to take an extra turn or something. But yeah, generally people who are making setups and things like that are people who have invested more time into the game, and on average those people will have destroyer weapons. How do I find the ultimate mastery quest? In my class guide, I show which chapter it is. You can also find it on the wiki. Ultimate mastery, let's see. Once main quest chapter, blah blah blah. Once main quest chapter 44 has been cleared and 10 row 4 or EX2 class have reached master level 30, the free quest Path to Ultimate Mastery will appear in Azure Sky Passage Zinkenstill. There you go. Zinkenstill. Back to work. Bye, Ducky. Is there a way to opt for the old way of how advanced grip was displayed? I know it was slow as it loaded a lot at once, but the new way makes it tougher for me because it makes me open a tab for each raid. No. The answer is no. The answer is no, but I'm thinking. And it wasn't, the issue was not that it was slow, the issue was that it just didn't work, Strawberry. That's the big thing. Like, if it was slow, I think I would have been okay with it. The problem is that it just didn't fucking work half the time. And it was inconsistent. Like, for some people, it sounds like there was never really an issue. And for some people, there was, like, always an issue. I'm one of the people that where there was always an issue, which is the reason why the grids pages on raids even exists, right? I was like, I need a way to actually just go to the grid. So that's why this page here exists in the first place. It's because I wanted to avoid using this, and when I'm editing, it just makes more sense to have a more focused view of what I'm editing. I thought it was amazing. It just loaded a lot. No, like sometimes you click it, it just did not load. And what you had to do was give it a hard refresh of the page, and you had to clear the cache by doing that. But I didn't even know how to do that until Cajun told me, right? Me, who's one of the editors for this page, didn't know that I could do that, right? And how the fuck are other people meant to know that, right? So the issue wasn't that it was slow. The issue was that it just didn't work. Like, I would click Atum. Like, if we go back. Like, the issue was that I would click Atum, and then it just didn't load sometimes. It would just say now loading and never actually load. I wonder if I can get it to work, or get it to do it at the moment, but yeah. I agree that this is much better way to display the info, which is why we made it in the first place, right? Cajun worked really hard to make this a reality, but we've tried fixing the now loading bug, but it just seems like it's more headache than it's worth, essentially. So as it stands, unfortunately, no, you cannot opt for the old version or something like that. I was getting now loading the past week when I tried it.
Yeah. Utrix just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub. I'm speaking for myself here, but I imagine many people would trade off the thing working reliably versus it sometimes working, even if it's better. That's the way I see it. Maybe some of you disagree, but the way I see it is that even if it's more inconvenient, it should just work. I shouldn't have to question whether it is or isn't going to work. What's the progression path after Mark 2 Revans and Tier 2 Dark Opus? I'm kind of lost. Tier 3 Dark Opus? Hexachromatic if you haven't done that. You can keep working on unlocking new classes if you're not done with that either. Yeah, fair amount of things. It's hard to say. Like, are you done with Eternals, Evokers, things like that? Yeah, Evokers, Eternals is a big one. Hello, sir. I come with a quick opinion. I'm making a grid builder in Google Sheets so I can see grid boosts without actually needing to build a grid. What are your thoughts on how it looks right now? This came up from mostly multi-attack and crit math. Let's see. I think it's functional, and that's all you need, right? Looks good. I think it looks fine. The drop downs, I don't know if you can type it in them, but that's probably needed in the future. I will say before you can type into the drop downs, okay. Before you get too far into it, I believe, and I have no idea when it will be implemented or if it will be implemented anytime soon, but I think the idea is for Cajun to add something functional for this as well. He said it's on the back burner. Okay, awesome, awesome. Yeah. I was going to get you to check with Cajun to make sure you're not putting in a lot of effort into something that's close to being done or something. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, as far as I know, there's a lot of funky shit because the issue is because like not all weapon skills are the same. Like something might be called fucking sentence, but then it's different and it's annoying. Thankfully, you live in Excel at work, so it was just a quick 1 hour put together. Awesome. You should help Cajun with the website in the future. Maybe just the math side. Actually, I don't even know if it's I assume it's not the math side. That's the problem. End of day, a lot of weapon skills just translate to numbers here. Anyway, Strawberry, back to this. This is, at the moment, what we've got. We'll think about if there's anything else we can do about this. Because, yeah, I did like the old thing, and I was really excited when we first got it running. It's just the limitations of it quickly started popping up. So, we'll think about this, is what I'm trying to say. And for some of them, they just don't exist as well. Like this. Bubs and Belial don't exist. I wonder if it's better to just delete those. I wonder if you could build an off-wiki shell around the raid pages. What does that mean? Like a website that embeds the raid pages. So you're saying an external website here? I'll just stick to Chrysor or Myoji and Fire Hexa. It's slow but so much comfier. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is that you clear the raid, right? Where does Vesusia mainly see use? I've seen it burst full auto and HL. So, and yeah, so like a lot of different places. I think its effectiveness really depends on your element and what sort of setup. Like for example, you said Earth, Andromeda. That's clearly a really good use. If you have it as a main summon, I think a lot of FO setups can sort of use it too because you automatically proc it. Was your water hexa for groups? Yes. Do you have a link or something? One sec. What was that one there? Ah, my team died. I need to fix this. Chat help. I think I need more HP. We're just sort of dying. I think we'll just go back to Indra. You got the McDonald's K-pop shaker fries. Origin comes after unlocking every row 5, yes. After you finish Academy, what should be your top priority? I think it depends on what events are available. At the moment, since there's not like a key event, I would say farming at your Omega Rebirth, or otherwise known as M3 weapons. So that's these ones here. These ones. So each of these has pretty important weapons that they drop, and you can check on the wiki advanced grids to see which ones are useful. I want to work on all my elements. What order would be most suitable? I'm doing M3s right now. I think you choose one, farm that, and then use that M3 grid to start farming the other ones. As for which one you start with, I think that's entirely up to you. Right now, Celeste is technically easiest because you see to get extra drops. So that makes it easier to do this one. Levy dies. Okay, so maybe you can do Levy then. I find Celeste most annoying. I think raid mechanically it is worse, but the it has extra drops. Purple chests make your farm a lot quicker. Levy dies really fast because it's water Guild Wars soon. Yeah, maybe do that then. A raid being faster means that you have less time to get blue chest, though. So something to consider there. This was a Kwaku setup, right? Let me check. Kwaku. Just got your first 2 far 0 clears. Very nice. You can get a lot of honors with Relic Buster full chain. Yeah, you can. Once again, if you want to farm Levy, it's fine. If you want to farm Celeste, that's fine too. I just pointed out Celeste purely because it has purple chest. That's the only reason. If the raids aren't dying, then yeah, Levy's better. Out of curiosity, how long does it take to get your required drops or weapons? It's hard to say because I didn't track it. And the difference here also is that all the things in my grid were not released at one time. Right? What should the priority be for new players? I've been spamming story level classes, almost done with tier 3. Should there be other things? I think just progressing through Seer's Academy. So whatever Seer's says. If you're at a point where Seer just says, hey, get to rank something, then it's, yeah, doing things like side stories. You can farm M2. M2 means these ones here. You can farm these ones. That's something you can do. You can also do campaign quest here under special. This one, campaign exclusive quest. Angel Halo is never a bad thing to do. It is a bit mundane, but you're going to have to eventually do it at some point. Hey, I was looking at the wiki at Shield Sworn and saw that there were no light setups. Is that because the Ellie is suboptimal for their class? Not necessarily. But you might see certain elements favor certain classes just because they have good weapons, good main hand weapons. So for example, right, Mana Dive is a great class in general for all elements, but Fire especially has some really good synergies with it because of the Exo Dagger, which is a farmable weapon, which is very good for it. And for people who have more premium weapons, there's also like Phoenix's Torch, sorry. So you might see certain elements favor certain classes. Another one is like Spartan. Generally only Wind does Spartan. There are other elements that can as well. So yeah, you might see those sorts of things. But usually it's not because it's like worse. It's more that maybe there's just a better option. Or it could just come down to people haven't tried. Meta in Granblue often does become a bit of like a an echo chamber sometimes. So it takes someone to just be like, hey, I want to try something else. And then they find out it works really well. And then that's how new metas are often discovered. Is Phoenix's staff good even in Magna? It is. It works in Magna, yes. It's not something I would recommend borrowing. Especially if you're newer. You have no idea what your goals are for Guild War? I think you just go in and see what the event's like. And I think for a lot of people, your main goal is to get 4 boxes. Minimum. 4 boxes is not too difficult to get. And the reason I say 4 boxes is 4 boxes allows you to get an Eternal. Another Eternal. Actually, no. Doesn't Sierra give you a bunch of these now? But yeah, Guild War is essentially a boxing event. And there's a bunch of different things you can box. You can box to work towards your Eternals. You can box to work towards your Evokers. It all comes down to just whatever one you want to do. Yeah, Sierra gives you each one. Okay, so technically then Guild War comes down to you can uncap an Eternal then. So in that case you would want 40 boxes. I've been moving from character to character to level them all to full. Should I only be doing SR or SSR? I would do SSR first, and then move to SR, and then move to R. But for the Rs and SRs, you're mainly doing it for just I guess budget purposes. If you don't have SSRs in every element, and for collection purposes. Granblue doesn't really limit you with your uncapped materials for characters, so it's not a big deal to uncap them all, right? And there are also in-game trophies that give you more crystals, the more levels you have overall across all your characters. So it's something you eventually want to do. But just at the start, I would start with your SSRs first. How do you get 40 boxes? Is that the treasure boxes that give you a token? Yeah, you know how like this current boxing event works? Each time you kill a thing, you get tokens. Guild War's exactly the same. So like in this current boxing event, you kill this thing, it gives you some tokens. And Guild War will do the exact same thing. But yeah, before Guild War, I do recommend getting into a crew with other people if you haven't already. Trying to get top 50k. Why top 50k? Is that just you're just challenging yourself? There's no breakpoint at top 50k. That's why I ask. Just a personal objective, I see. I feel like people very much overestimate how the top end changing will affect their own placements. But what I will say is that Guild Wars in April are typically the most competitive because it is just after Anniversary Roulette and generally people are playing for the first time, so there's a lot more people playing. And people are excited to test out all the new things they got from Roulette. What level boss is the best to farm to get Celestials? NM 90. Nightmare level 90. I wonder if we can do this without Seta. Let's copy this and then just try. We have 30% TA. Great. Can you not get the FAR trophy if you're using Lyria? That is correct. You cannot get it. Is farming Militus bosses in Arcarum worth it for the gold bricks? I personally don't think so. It's because gold bricks you can get elsewhere, the other things you can't. I think Everlights are the best. Everlights and then blue paper. Can you keep awakening after updating a weapon to Mark 2? So upgrading a weapon from Mark 1 to Mark 2 does not reset its awakening level. The only thing that will reset an awakening level is if you... Thank you for the raid! The only thing that will reset awakening level is if you swap from like attack to defense, as an example. Nero, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great time playing Slay the Spire. I've been playing that off stream. Probably a little bit too much. I'm trying to make the Necromancer work. I did a run where, is it called Doom? Whichever one kills the enemy. Doom worked really well. I'm trying to make the Otzi one work. And that didn't work as well. Doom feels very strong. The other one felt less strong. And then, you know, there's that power which is like every time you use an ethereal card, it gives you like armor. I was trying to make that one work too, but I think I'm trying to force these things too much and not letting the game dictate what I do. Doom has higher difficulties because you still have to survive what they do. Yes, that is the big limitation, right? I did a Doom run where I had the fucking meteor cataclysm thing, which is like kill them if they have Doom. And that one worked quite well. I think my favorite class is Defect is my least favorite. I don't like Defect at all. I think the Silent is my favorite. Every time I play Silent, like no matter what I do, it seems to work. He hates the silly boy. Defect took me the longest time to actually get it clear. It was tilting me. Silent is way too good right now, yeah. The new Silent mechanic, which is the play for free whenever you, what is it, discard a card or whatever that mechanic is, that seems so good. Sly, yeah. Like that thing is nuts. I have a question for a relatively new player. My friend got Granblue after being a super fan, has been playing actively. He recently asked about 230 Opus set he got from Lucilius and Sandy. Is slotting 280% worth it, or should he just stick with stamina? It's hard to say without seeing the exact team and what sort of summons they're rocking and things like that. I would say stamina is just safer to use, right? Because I would imagine that if they put in a 280% key, it's hard to like take it out because it'll be hard for them to get it back, right? So probably just stamina for now. Also, if they're new, they're probably using things like Wedges of the Sky main summon, which means you're not getting 280%. So yeah, I think I'm leaning towards use stamina. Oh, also, I had a really fun Ironclad run where I had Whirlwind, and then I had like a buff on it that made it so like the first time it's played, it does like more damage. And then there was like some question mark event that happened that also gave it more damage or something. It was one of my first Ironclad runs. So oh, and then I gave it that I always start a battle with it, I think. And basically I would just use it on turn 1 and kill everything. So like that was really fun. Where can I find an entry level setup for Revans? What I suggest is looking at what's on the wiki and then adapting it to what you have and then just giving it a try. It's okay if you join and you fail, right? As long as you went in there and gave it your best shot, people can't like really be mad at you. So yeah, just give it a try. That was already reverted. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. It was very fun. It did feel very strong. Speedster and the Untouchable saw numbers go down 22 minutes ago. Oh, wow. Okay. Also, I found Regent really hard to play. I don't know if that, like, maybe I'm just not understanding the class very well, but Regent was like, I like the idea of Regent. Like, I love the idea of having the big sword that just keeps growing, but I found it really hard. Oh no, actually, sorry. The big sword was fine. It's the other one, the star mechanic. Like, I was trying to make stars work, and this, like, the sword just felt so much better. Star is hella good. Maybe I just haven't unlocked all the correct cards yet or something. But yeah, I found like the sword like more consistent than the star. Whenever I tried the star, it was like I was like, what am I doing? Da, da, da. Let me see. What are we doing? We need more HP in our grid. The question is how. The Augustia. I have 2 defenses. I'll just do this as well. Regent being my lowest win rate is exactly why I love that character. I'm at Ascension 10. Yeah, I've just gotten like 1 clear across everything, and then some of them I've played a little bit more, so they're like 3 or something like that. But yeah, it's funny because I normally don't like roguelikes, but this Slay the Spire game is the only exception. Or one of the only exceptions, I should say. Where's wedges? Okay, we're off by 40%. What if I put in Sariel with double sack artifact? Thoughts? Surely that works, right? Maybe one's enough. Still need one more. I think it's time to give the pianist up. We'll try this. I don't have a lot of faith here, I'm not gonna lie. This is super sus. This is omega sus. Am I allowed to post mega long Discord links here? Yes. You are allowed to. What sort of things should you use your EMS? Does EMS mean EMP? Extended Mastery Points on? Generally, I would save them for, if we're talking classes, for row 4s and beyond. So row 4s, EX2s, row 5s, and Origin classes. So if you're newer, I wouldn't bother with it yet. But for characters, things that give cap up is very good. So if they have like skill cap or CA cap, that's very good. If they have stamina or charge bar gain, things like that, it's also good. HP is always nice, and attack is always nice too. That's from my latest Regent run. Deal 116 damage 3 times. That's nice. Very, very cool. This FA doesn't seem to be working very well. Uh-oh. Alright, this is a retreat. It turns out taking out CT was a bad idea for me. but I will try Excalibur. A retreat? That's fine. Professor Hoodlum said it. Is there something I need to consider when deciding what element to change a Revenant or a class champion weapon? So for Revenants, the answer is mostly no. If you are making it for a... Hold up, let me just go again. If you're planning to uncap an Eternal, you will need to fight the Eternal with that weapon. So picking the element that is weak to the Eternal is sort of a bad idea. So I would just not do that element. Any other element is fine. So for example, if you're recruiting Siete and you're making the sword, since Siete's wind, if you make your sword earth, he'll be strong against you. So don't make it earth in that case. It'll make your life a little bit easier. It's still doable without, but yeah. So there's that. And then as for class champion weapons, pretty much all the relevant class champion weapons, you can either switch elements or it doesn't matter which element you make it in because you want multiple. So no, for class champion weapon, it doesn't really matter. WTF, you can join them again when you retreat. No. You can't, Alan. I have premium pass, so I can host twice. You cannot join again if you retreat. Maki said, let's bar farm. I want my Orologer. There's a lot of ways to block. Once you have enough Sunstones to recruit all Evokers, is there anything holding you back from using Sunstones to uncap decent summons? No, not really. I guess Baha and Lucy, if you want to do those, have a Sunstone required at their last stage as well. Fourth skill? Oh yeah, Evoker fourth skills do need them too. I guess you just said recruit. But yeah, Evoker related stuff will need it. I feel like with Transcendence announced, there's going to be another Sunstone needed at some point. So yeah. The nice thing about the Providence summons is that you only need one of them. So it means that the more dupes you get, the longer you wait, the more dupes you will inevitably get. And then, or not inevitably, but the more dupes you can get, which will make it so that you might need to spend less Sunstones on it. Is Yatima worth Sunstoning once I have enough stones? I think Yatima is one of the lowest priority Providences. And that's purely because its strength depends on you having other strong summons. And if you're newer, it's very unlikely you have other impactful summons that it's actually going to use properly. In general, if you're a newer player, I just don't recommend Sunstoning anything. You need way too many for your evokers, and I feel like those are much better upgrades. I know that might seem boring, but it is also the reality of the situation, I feel. I would just get by without having these summons. Is Ouroboros worth sunstoning? Ouroboros... Wait, what are we talking about? Ouroboros doesn't need a sunstone if you're talking about the Manatura. That needs a sand. That's different. You sound absolutely drained. I'm not. Not at all, actually. Orologia. Is it worth sunstone? I mean, my answer is exactly the same. I think sunstoning a Providence summon as a newer player is a little short-sighted. And put it this way, for your evokers, you need 20 sunstones. Is that correct, chat? It's 1 to recruit and then 1 to get 4th skill. Did I miss a step somewhere? Is there other sunstones we need elsewhere as well? Now, Academy will introduce a way to make evokers a little bit cheaper, but it's not introduced yet. So until that happens, I think it's better to just be more, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? Not stingy. What's a nice way of saying stingy? Frugal, that's the word. More frugal with your sunstones. Because like I said, you only ever need 1 copy of these providences. The moment you sunstone it and you get additional copies, those are dead, basically, right? And if you're in a position where you don't have many sunstones to do all these things, then every sunstone that you quote-unquote waste is going to feel even worse. So, and also the other thing here is that I think as a newer player, you often don't really understand what makes a summon strong or what makes a character strong or things like that. So you might uncap it because someone said it's strong or because you see it being used a lot, but then you don't actually know how to utilize it properly. Like for example, Orologia, right? If you look at Orologia, the main aura is immediately only dark. So it helps your dark teams. Now at endgame, you might see it being used in other elements like water, but that only happens when you have a sufficiently strong enough grid so that you don't need that aura, right? So there's that. So immediately it's sort of only used in dark. And then as a sub aura, it just allows your MC to click Ascendant Blue. And if you look at that skill, it basically just makes MC stronger. But a lot of the time, you don't need that. It's just more damage. You can just do less damage and take 1 extra turn. I'm not saying that these summons aren't good or that they don't have their uses. What I'm saying is that those uses, probably as a new player, is not very impactful, and you probably don't have the context and the knowledge and experience to fully understand where it's good and where it's used. And put it this way, let's pretend that a summon is very good at endgame, and you're quote-unquote making an investment for the future. You're like, hey, I just want this now, and I know it's going to be good later. If you're a newer player, for you to reach endgame, it might take you like a couple months, or who knows, even longer than that to get there. By the time you get there, the meta might have changed, and then that summon's not used anymore. So, all in all, we circle back around to, I think it's best to just save your sunstones for things that are guaranteed to get support and guaranteed to be good, which is evokers. Maybe once they introduce the blue Sunstones or whatever it is in the future, my advice here will change a bit. But for now, when we don't know what Sierra's Sunstones and things like that look like, it's just save them for your Eternals and Evokers. When an uncapped Providence summon like Bubs make a difference towards grinding Sandbox? Possibly. I don't know, it depends on what setup you're doing. But what I do know is that every element with very minimal investment can make a 0 bottom 4 chain build for Sandbox. You can, most elements will be able to make 0 bottom 4 triple attack setups work as well. And the thing about Sandbox is that you don't even need 6 strong elements. You could technically have 1 super strong element and make it work for all of them. Alright, let me go back to some other questions. Halloween, it looks like someone's answered your question. Yeah, you're probably missing the 30% charge bar from the crew. So if you're not in a crew that has the charge bar on, you should probably look for a different crew. Or join a crew. I wish I could make an Earth team. That's normal attack, so farming water Sandbox faster. You've only got a CA setup. You got to start somewhere. It's all good. May I ask where to get 2-star fragments? So 2-star fragments are from Revenant weapons, and Revenant weapons you can only get during certain events, like Guild War, which starts next Tuesday. So in a couple days, Guild War will start. You'll be able to get more 2-star fragments then. However, if you already have a 2-star Desolation Bow, then you can technically, I don't want to say reduce because I don't know what stage you're on, but have a look at the Revenant weapon page on the wiki. I'm going to link it to you. But that's how you get them. Have a look at this wiki page. How strong is Fighter Origin? It's strong. I don't know how to quantify it more than that. No, but thank you for the 16 months.
For 16 months. Almost a year.
Almost a year. Wait a second. 16 months, almost a year? Sure. Is that Orology with a skin? Yes. Okay, those ones are done. Let's go through the extra drops. What should you do? Wait, when should you attempt other Dark Rapture hard raids? Is that the question, by the way? There's a couple letters missing, so I had to make some up. When should you do Dark Rapture hard? So just to clarify, we're talking about this one, right? Honestly, for rank, if you're rank 170, most of the time you can just join this raid from the raid finder. However, do note that the raid does 30,000 damage to you on entry, so try to have more than that. And then, in general, don't join raids that have the yellow, because it means that they're sort of stuck there, so it probably means that the host isn't killing it. And sometimes the raids will have like text on it. You can, if you're on a browser, you can Google Translate it. But if you're not on a browser, then you can, what's it called? Just try to avoid the ones with text, because it might be saying, hey, I need help or something like that in Japanese. If you see one that's sort of low HP like this one's dying, you can join that one. So what I'm trying to say is that you can leech these. You can leech these, but just be mindful about what you're leeching, essentially. And obviously, once you go in, just try to do your best. Try to do your best. I can host a Dark Rapture in a moment that you guys are all free to leech. Hello, Kero. But here is a Dark Rapture that you guys are free to join. One sec, chat, I just have a call. Alright, there we go. I'm back. Hello, Nightfire. How's it going? Hey, DY, any future video plans? I'm working on inventory management. I need to get that out so that I can work on other things. But yes, there are future video plans. Is it too late to blue skin? No. No, it's not. Are you gonna get blue skin? Well, I do a guide for Guild Wars, so I already have a guide on Guild Wars, but I might make a new one, but you should still watch the old one. Most of the information there is still correct. It's just some slight timing things are different. This video here. But yeah, I might make an updated one. It is relatively low prior just because I already have that guide there. But things have changed ever so slightly since, so if there's any small details, don't you should double check them or double check them with me or whatever. So for example, like in the video, I might say, hey, NM like 95 is available during like day 1, but that's not true anymore. It's available during prelims. So some timing things and some other things might be slightly different, but the overall idea is the same. I think Siegfried is infinitely more fair than Agastya. Have Cosmos and Ra or Suffer. I disagree with that. You know why I disagree? It's because I farmed and many people here farmed Agastya before those characters even existed. And the raid's been nerfed since then as well, so it's easier to do. So does Cosmos make your life easier in Agastya? 100%. Is it needed? Absolutely not. I can't find teams that don't feature them. Well, that's simply because they are the best option these days. And they are grand characters. And they, I mean, Cosmos is a grand character and she does make the raid a fair amount easier. But the simple thing here is you just need a setup that can hit 4 mil on us, right? And generally charge attack setups will be able to hit that a bit easier because Agastya nullifies 1-turn buffs like Nehan. And yeah, so that's why charge attack setups are good. And those two tend to be the best charge attack characters is the thing. Agastya's gimmick is that you need to fill up the to the limit gauge. So ways to do that is by having characters that delay on Ogi. So you can use like a 0-star Harmonia Harp. You can use characters like Funf that delay on Ogi. So whenever Agastya reaches full diamonds, you just delay. But it has to be delay during your attack phase. So that's why it has to be delay on Ogi or delay with auto attacks or something like that. It can't be you click delay. Basically, have a read at the wiki page, have a read at the guide that I've put on the wiki page as well. And because yeah, that's how we used to clear before Cosmos and Horus existed. What does the gauge in Agastya even do? It summons Nicholas. All you newbies have been brain rotted by Cosmos and Horus that you don't even know how the raid works. You fill the gauge, you summon Nicholas, and then use Nicholas. Lion Khan Claw, yeah, that delays on Ogi. But yeah, the raid Agastya was designed so that you're meant to fill up the to the limit gauge, and then with the gauge you summon Nicholas, and that's how you deal with the raid mechanics. Revans is a massive grid check. I guess if you don't have M3s, yeah. You had this godly claw run. I've been meaning to try claw on defect. I need to make a video on drop rate as well, I think. A video or a short or something on drop rate. Because I feel like drop rate, and it makes sense, right? Drop rate seems extremely powerful, but it doesn't do anything half the time. I don't know how Agastya works. I just press full auto, Cosmos, Horus, Nehan, and watch YouTube. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's what Cosmos lets you do. And that's why Cosmos is used. It's a way to sort of ignore what Agastya does. But if you don't have Cosmos, then you got to do the raid mechanics. And there's nothing wrong with that. What do you mean use Nicholas? I fill the gauge and he shows up, but that's all that ever happens. So every time you cancel an omen, the to the limit gauge rises, I should say, sorry. And once it's reached, Grand God Kaiser Nicholas will come to your aid. When the meter is full, activating a Fated Chain calls Grand God Kaiser to deal 6-hit all elemental damage. And this is crucial for Phase 2. Why is it crucial for Phase 2? Let's take a look at Augustia's mechanics. In Phase 2, what's his cancel condition? Deal damage with 6 different elements. So every time he's saying, hey, deal damage with 6 different elements. How do you do that without Cosmos? It's by clicking Fated Chain. So the fight goes like this. During Phase 1, you fill the to the limit gauge. At Phase 2, you start using your Fated Chains to cancel. I've written guides for all the Reverns ones, so have a look at the raid mechanics, have a look at the guide. And then try to come up with your own setup if you're missing things from other people's setups. But like these are some ways that people used to do it. You might have other ways to do it, but it has to be during the attack phase. You must delay it during the attack phase. And guess what? Delaying means that you don't have to deal with these as well. You see how this says deal skill damage, do charge attacks, deal 3 damage, or 3 different elements? If you delay, you just don't need to do it. Yeah, if you have Cosmos, then once again, Cosmos is a way to just ignore that Fated Chain mechanic. But yeah, this raid existed long before Cosmos or Horus were introduced. So yeah, we were doing things for a long time. I heard most people complaining about Augustia. Augustia on release was pretty tough, yeah. It was. What Eternals would you say are worth focusing on uncapping to 150? All of them. They're all good. I think the priority really just comes down to whether you want something for Guild War or whether it's an element you care about or things like that. There is this if you want to have a look from Biomic in there if you're curious. What did they nerf about Augustia? They changed 90%, right? Like 90% Omen doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, there's no more 90%. He used to do hits at 90. Do you remember that? It was like 60 hits at 90. So 90% was harder because you just needed to get 60 hits by then. And then there was also... I feel like some other things have changed also, but that's the one I remember, the 60 hits. We can probably just take a look at the page, right? Let's have a look. Yes, 60 hits at 90. 75 is the same, and then 60 is now 30 hits. So they nerfed this to 30. It used to be 60 hits here. As for other things, I don't know if they've changed other things. Didn't they nerf Siete? I don't think so. I think Siete's been the same. But yeah, these raids will generally get easier over time as well. Not just due to power creep, but also because sometimes the raid mechanics are changed too. How do you farm Baja? It always finishes as soon as I join. You gotta be quick. You gotta have quick fingers. Some things that might help. Go to menu, go to settings, go to battle. In battle, I lied, not battle. Quest. Fuck, I guessed wrong. Go to quest. And then there is this. Free battle auto attack. I recommend one touch. So have that on. And then for PBHL specifically, under battle, you might want to turn off live battle feed. This makes it so that the raid doesn't update until you take an action. What you might find is when you join PBHL, you get stun locked by all the animations. This makes it so that you don't get stun locked by the animations anymore. But it does make it so you don't see stickers and you can't see your honors anymore. So anytime you want those back on, go back to the settings and click display again. So just keep that in mind. But what the pre-battle auto thing does is when you load into the raid, you'll get the ready screen, right? On the ready screen, you just click. And then you'll get something out. And as long as you get something out, you'll get loot. So that's what you should do. It's great for all gold bar raids, yeah. Just don't forget to turn it back on whenever you want to see your honors or something. People were really mad when they nerfed Sete. I didn't really see that at all, I'll be honest. Maybe some other communities were. I didn't notice it that much. Bloop, let's see. Between Annie ticketing, oh shit. I'm a bit late for this. Sorry, I was a little late to see this. Hopefully you made a decision you were happy with. Hello, I see. Love your music taste. Is there a link to your playlist? I have this one. And this one. Unsure when you asked this, but I have this one. The only nerf that bothered me was Mjolnir. I used the event thing to get it. You could have refunded it. Did you do that? Everybody got a refund on Mjolnir. If you wanted it. How do M3 weapons help your grid? When I add them to my grid, they make it worse. I need more context here. It depends what you're replacing, depends whether your M3 weapon is leveled up, depends whether it's uncapped, lots of different things. But I can tell you that if we're talking about the Exalter weapon from M3, it's probably going to be better. Yeah, it depends on which M3. Like if you're putting in the defensive grid piece, then Yeah, it might make your damage worse because it's a defensive weapon, right? Yeah, I think Mjolnir, they could have reverted that now that they've changed the skill thing, but it is what it is. You didn't get to try it out. Yeah, that's fine. It was only around for like a couple weeks, right? Was it a week? It wasn't even that long, right? They changed that pretty fast. Hi, I recently traded for Husvelga. I was copying some setups, and I saw that I'm dealing less damage whenever I copy a setup that uses Oro. The only difference is that they call Oro, and have access to the special skill one, while I'm using Yatimakol to copy Wamdas. The grid is the exact same. I don't have a Susia weapon. Wait. wait. I noticed that I'm dealing less damage whenever I copy a setup, and I don't have Oro. The grid is the same, except that I don't have a Susia weapon. I feel like there's some critical information missing here. From your experience, does the Aura Summon contribute this? Initially, I thought that it wouldn't be that big of a difference. I think you should take another look at the Vesusia weapon, because that thing adds an insane amount of damage for her Svelga. This has to be trolling? No, I don't think so. Because they might just be thinking of destroyer weapons as an upgraded Seraphic. It was a weekend. Yeah, it was a weekend into a public holiday day or something, right? Does the summon the buff gives MC more damage? Yes, the 100k sub also matters, yeah. Right. So no, there's honestly a couple different things, but you gotta get the Vesusia weapon. Wamda's Call? Oh yeah, so Wamda's Call or a Logia Call would do something similar, yes. It's probably blue buff and Vesusia sub together, yeah, exactly. I mean, I should go back and edit this. On the Advanced Grids wiki, are there replacements if you don't have a grand weapon? Yeah. You might ask, Kate, what are the replacements? You gotta try. Why we're looking at grand weapons, by the way? You should, as a newer player, you shouldn't be looking at primal grids. You should be looking at either basic grids or the Omega pages. Don't look at the primal pages. Hello, Fox. How's it going? I'm doing good, says Ryan. Oh my god. I'm having an insanely hard time deciding between quite heavy resource investment. I have 164 gold moons. I'm struggling between Sierra Ticket or Artum or Andromeda. I'm gonna read this out of courtesy, but I already know what my answer is gonna be. I'm not gonna read it out loud though. Alright, thoughts about Eli's relevance in Vasusia. Someone's tried this, right? Have you guys seen Eli setups in Vasusia? I think I saw one linked. I haven't watched it to see if it's good or not. $189 DPT. Was it good? I don't have it. Do you have it? Oh, is it this? Yeah, this one. I'll link it to them. I haven't watched it. For monthly shop resets, I see a lot of advice for trading down prisms to save time. What about the other mats like orbs, scrolls, and walls? I looked at the pages, still have a hard time gauging how much or a lot. So I personally never had an issue with orbs, scrolls, and walls, but I have heard other people trade these mats too since. The new low orb trade is a certified good deal. Which one specifically? This one? Or is it... Yeah, which one? Can you tell me exactly which one? Opposite. So you want the big... You want Inferno to fire. Revenants eat a lot of light scrolls. Yes, I'm aware. Like, I think I played the game differently because I only lacked flawed prisms. I never lacked orbs. I never lacked scrolls. Yes, Inferno to fire. Okay. Specifically... Great. And which ones do you guys do for scrolls? I guess you can only do this. You don't do the walls, right? Do you do the walls? Actually, do you do walls to scrolls? I'm trusting you guys here because I don't know if this is Sabo advice. You can do walls to scrolls now. It's not that big of a deal. Can someone verify this? Flawed is still the biggest wall. You definitely struggle with orbs? Okay. Any wall to scroll? Backer uppers here. You think walls to scrolls is also good? Okay. Alright, I'm trusting you. I feel like it's fine. You guys don't fill me with a lot of confidence when you say shit like that. You get them a lot. All right. All right, this one? Is this correct, chat? Inferno Orb to Fire Orb, etc. trades, and Radiant Wall to Skylight Scroll, etc. trades. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Is there a faster way to farm Leviathan? I get blue chest, but I get nothing. I've done about 30 so far. You just gotta buckle up and keep going. Right now, the only thing I don't have for every eternal step in abundance is the Skylight Scrolls, yeah. Maybe, like, I didn't need those as much because I farmed a lot of campaign quest, and campaign quest drops them. You're at 17,000 light walls and 300 scrolls, but I haven't been doing monthly exchanges, so I'll probably take that advice also. I'll put that in the comments of that shop video maybe. Radiant Wall. I checked my old Ellie tracker and farming Angel Thunder, you have twice as many walls as orbs. Okay. Records drops a lot of scrolls too, yeah. Question, do journey drops help the blue chest drop rates? No. The only thing that helps with blue chest is honors. So you gotta get higher honors until it's a guaranteed amount. So for M3, it's 1.2 million honors. To explain drop rates in Grand Blue chat, drop rates only affect chests that are not guaranteed to drop. So if you look on a raid, let's have a look at Tiamat as an example. This chest has a 100% chance to drop. Drop rate does not affect this. 100% chance to drop. Drop rate does not affect this. 100% chance to drop. It does not affect this. Drop rate never changes what's inside the chest or what is, like, what the percentage of said item is in the chest. This one's 100%, it doesn't change. This one's 50%. So it does raise this chest. So that's what drop rate does. Blue chest is a chest that is given to you if you hit a certain amount of honors, and it's a scaling percent, right? So if you have 800k honors, then you would have, I'll just do 600k. If you do 600k honors, you'll have a 50% chance of getting the chest. If you do 1.2 million, then you have a 100% chance of getting the chest. It is not determined by drop rate at all, right? Host chest is self-explanatory, MVP chest is self-explanatory, and then conditional chest is dependent on the condition of the raid. And the chance at which it drops is the number that is next to the chest. So if it's 10, or sorry, if it's a 1, then it's 10%. If it's 2, then 20%. If it's 10, then 100%, right? So the only thing drop rate does in this particular raid is raise this chest. The chance of this chest dropping. Why do we need to open Magna 2 to skip Magna non-HL while Magna HL can be skipped right after rank 101? I don't know. It's what Cygames decided. Does the Ultima Weapons element matter? Very rarely it does. If you want a general recommendation, go to Advanced Grids. You can find a link on the homepage right here, the CAT, this one. So click that, and then in the sidebar there is Ultima Weapons. Click that, and then there's a table here. You can read the recommended element column. So the sword, water, dark, the staff, earth. You can follow this, but ultimately it doesn't matter that much. Haha, get it? Ultimately. Icy has a code. -2, -2. What do you guys? Why are we -2ing? Astral weapons still relevant. On Advanced Grids, we have a section on that. So once again, wiki front page, click Advanced Grids here. And then on the sidebar, there is actually, in this case, it's like this, just Control F. Astral weapons, right there. Astral weapons, blah, 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 blah. However, since astral weapons require materials that are used to recruit an evoker, they are generally not worth crafting, as all except Soul Remnant are seldom used in optimized grids. So Soul Remnant, the fire one, is good. The rest of them are bad. You grabbed Fateless yesterday. If you have it, feel free to use it. Like, I used these weapons when I was new. It's just, I wouldn't go out of your way to get them, is what I'm trying to say. Fateless Ogi is still pretty good. It's okay. You got a sand wows. How do we determine the Guild War element rotation? You don't. You don't. And instead what happens is on the last day of Guild War, they announce it. Or I shouldn't say the last day. They announce it after the event has ended. So for example, next week, Water Guild War starts on the 7th of April. And then on the 14th of April at midnight, they'll announce the next one. And that's what will happen. Zutto Mayo Jam. Any issues with your new setup, Omikin? It's probably light or dark, right? Chat, we're not doing this again, stop. We're not fucking doing guess the Guild War rotation again. I'm not doing this. You're in bed. When building grids, how do you go about choosing the main character's weapon? There's a couple different factors. One is your class, right? Your class determines what weapon types you're able to use. And then the second thing would be, are there any specific weapons in that element that give an extra bonus when they're used as a main weapon? And if so, is that bonus useful for the team I'm currently making? So those are sort of the steps I would take. And then the final thing I would consider is if my attack has charge attacks on or off. Because if my setup has charge attacks off, then it really doesn't matter what's in main weapon unless it has a specific main weapon only weapon skill. Because the only thing that changes between, like, for example, like if I have an Ogi off setup, right? A CA off setup. Okay, where are my non-romp setups? Okay, let's just say this one, right? This weapon here is a dagger, but let's just pretend I can equip... do I have a better example? Maybe this one. Is there a katana? No. I need a good example. I don't know. Here. I know this one Ogi's. Alright, I don't have a good example, but if you're not charge attacking, this is a dagger here. Let's just pretend that this weapon's a staff. If I'm not charge attacking, there's no difference between this weapon being here and this weapon being here. Right? This weapon could easily just be here if I'm not charge attacking. But if I am charge attacking, then you have to consider what the charge attack does. So then you have a read of this versus the other one, and then you see which one you would rather in the team. So yeah, that's the order. Class determines what weapons you can equip, and then out of those weapons, you might be like, hey, some of these have like a main weapon only skill. Like this one has when main weapon, it does this, right? So that's something you might want. But then the next thing to consider is whether you're charge attacking, in which case you want to think about what charge attack effect the weapon has. And then finally, if you're not charge attacking and you have no main weapon skills, then it really doesn't matter what you put as a main weapon. Can someone actually collect 20 Idians and 20 Astros in 1 week from Arcarum Sandbox Dave Zone? I can, but what I'm doing is not really relevant to you, right? Or what I'm able to do, sorry, is what I mean. So is it possible? Yes. Are you able to do it feasibly? Probably not. And there's nothing wrong with that. Next skill wall is metal, and you can only use Rubomi. What is Ogi? Ogi is charge attack. It is Japanese for charge attack. So if I or anybody says Ogi, they mean charge attacks. So for example, my team right now is an Ogi setup. It's a charge attack setup. Yeah, I didn't consider Nehan in a charge attack setup. Yeah, he's quite good. Charge bar gain, very good stat. What is the best place to farm sands? I need 3. Assuming you can hit blue chest, world raid. If you are able to farm revans effectively, I would also suggest that. If you can do neither, then your options get severely limited. At which point, you can only really join dragons. The 6 dragon raids. And let me just tell you, that's not really worth it, but it is something you can do. just to give context, it is 1,000 dragons per 1 sand. So if you need 3, that'd be 3,000 dragons. So yeah, I highly recommend that you do world or reverns instead. How do bullets work? Bullets have unique effects, and they can only be equipped on soldier or the gunslinger. And each bullet does different things or different amounts of damage or various things. It is only used on soldier. They're a one-time craft. They are not consumable. You craft them once and then you can use them on any gun. But you are not going to be using soldier, pretty much, unless you're using Hrisvelga. That class is hyper-specific. They let you use bullets on every class. That's not how that works. What's BSC in grid name? Oh, okay. So B stands for buttons, S stands for summons, and C stands for chain. So for example, 1 button, 2... So 1B, 2C means 1 button, 2 chain, which means you're clicking 1 skill and the team is doing 2 charge attacks. This is relevant because of a stat called lockout in the game. I'll link the wiki page. And then S stands for summon. Hello, Nylands. Order. Speaking of, which of the Gold Moon weapons are worth getting? Depends what sort of person you are and what sort of thing you want. So, all of them. Worth is very subjective. I can't answer that. For example, I would never buy a Lego set worth over, I don't know. I know some Lego sets that go for an insane price. That's not worth it to me, but for some people it's worth it. Same thing. I'm about to do Seeds of Redemption. Do I just recruit the Eternal I like, or are there any other considerations? You can pick the one you like. There are like very slight meta relevances at level 80, but I think picking the one you like is completely fine too. At the end of the day, you want to recruit all the Eternals and you want to transcend, like fully upgrade all of them. So I think the one that you get from Seeds of Redemption, you can think of it more like a head start. So pick the character you like or the element you want to help improve the most. Beware, Seeds doesn't give you the weapon, so you still need to unlock it later. Yes, you need to get the weapon later, but that's something you need to do to uncap the character anyways, right? Am I missing something here? I've heard this said a lot, but like, I'm thinking like, don't you need to grab the weapon anyways to uncap? So, hey DY, want to save me from translucent silk? Astra farming. Translucent silk. Isn't that the cerulean stone one? Hetoris. Yeah. Fox, do you have cerulean stones? I recommend just buying these with cerulean stones. These are the mats that people generally use cerulean stone stuff for. So yeah, using cerulean stones, these ones, completely fine for the island mats. Because they're annoying to farm. When building a charge attack grid, does the estimated damage matter or not really? It matters a little bit, but also anything that is specific to charge attacks does not get reflected in estimated damage. So if you have a weapon that gives charge attack damage, that's not going to show up. So like for example, this weapon in my grid, where are we? So if I have this weapon here, this weapon gives me charge attack damage, charge attack cap. These two stats are not reflected in estimated damage, whereas this one, attack percent, is. So you have to be aware of that. So yeah, your grid needs enough raw damage to actually boost your damage to a point where you need, where your charge attack stats matter, but any charge attack only stats don't show up. But as for Astra farming, Fox, you're on your own. You're on your own. Order is Ardor backwards. Wait, can you get the free vocal already? No. Can they remove 5 minutes waiting for pills? No. I had to suffer it, so you have to suffer it. Hey DY, I tried for Susia. I really could not keep up with the speed in the room. I'm not familiar enough with the raid to know my rotations, but I feel like I can't slow down. Just remember that in Vesusia, that after you clear your mandate at the start of the raid, you can essentially sort of do nothing until 50%. Jodo, and until the Halos phase. So just keep that in mind. I know that the raid might move really quickly, which means you have to go through gauntlets really fast, but if you're not able to do them, it's perfectly fine to just sit and put yourself in a position where you can clear the Halo. Fazir, no, they're talking about Vesusia. Hey, look, Agatura. Surely that doesn't salt some people. Give me that, not salting me. Is that Manatura drop random? Yes. Just make it cost like 1,000 mats. I feel like all of them should be purchasable, yes. I think it's sort of dumb they're not. What happened to our wholesome, ethical GBF streamer? Do you have dupe Ultima weapons to constantly avoid changing keys? For some of them, yes. Yeah. So if you look at my Ultima weapons, I don't tend to use Ultima weapons too often these days because I now have destroyer weapons, but yeah, there's a reason I have 2 staves here, 1, 2, and 2 harps here. So yeah. So the ones I use dupes of constantly, then I have 2 of them. Oh, actually, quick question. Can monitors drop as full pets, or can you only get them from mats? Yes. So what Icy said, some of them you can buy with mats, some of them only drop. And what I was complaining about earlier was I was saying all of them should be purchasable if you want. But yeah, obtained from, you can see the this one, possible drop, and you can buy possible drop. This one you can buy. This one only a drop. This one only from trading. This one you can buy. This one you can buy. This one can only drop. Only drop. Only drop. I still don't have this one, by the way, because it's only drop and I've not gone unlucky. But I also haven't gotten out of my way to get it, to be fair, because it's not that good. So hello, Cajun. A lot of late grids have seraphic weapons removed. When should you remove them? So I feel like this is a question because basically your seraphic weapon can be upgraded. So if we look at... Where is it? Actually, I forgot where we have this info specifically, but what's going on is seraphic weapons essentially get replaced the further you get through the game. It's at the top of every advanced grids, thank you. So advanced grids, if we go to any element, here we go, this one. Seraphic boost progress. As players progress through the game, they will be able to replace weapons that give the seraphic boost with better weapons. Each upgrade has its own power boosts and activation requirements, so replacing it with a weaker weapon may not yield the same results and could require team or grid adjustments. But the progression is from the seraphic weapon to an ultima weapon with the seraphic key to the destroyer weapon. When do you use Baja weapons? Baja weapons are mainly for budget setups. They're like a mid-game grid piece until you get stronger ones. They're also one of the earliest weapons you can put in the extra grid, so they can be used for that. Extra grid meaning the 3 slots at the bottom of your grid. The ROTB's weapons used. They're another filler grid piece. If we're talking about the progression one, the other ones are a little bit more niche. It depends on which one. Is there a list of daily things I'm recommended to do? I'm trying to reduce the amount of time spent in-game navigating around. Yeah, what Cajun said largely depends on what, how many of your daily hosts you want to do. You can always join other people's raids, don't forget. So if you want to focus on water, you can host your own water raids and then just join other people's water raids. Yeah, I would recommend to skip whatever pro skips you have, at least right now when they're discounted. There's also the Angel Halo Pro, which if you haven't done that, I highly recommend skipping that daily. And then right now, certain raids have a drop rate boost. You can see get extra drops. So hosting these ones will give you more stuff than usual. So I would recommend that as well. And this rotates around. Which Golf key? Tria. Tria. It's only available when you 5-star uncap your ultimate weapon. So if your ultimate is not at 5-star, then you can't do it. I'll need as much luck as possible. You need level 200 to uncap the Ultima weapon? Yeah. Ultima is a late game thing, by the way. Ultima weapons, chat, is from this raid. It's from this raid. So it's after all of these ones here. So yeah, do keep that in mind. Is there anything you want changed on Team Teba? Do I look at test 9 or test 10? I want you to, by the way, looks like test 10. I want the old Team Teba still available. I want old Team Teba still accessible, so maybe there should be a different name or something. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to do that. And then the other thing I want, Kajun, is I want this left bar to be scrollable. Have you tried looking at this with a page like, I don't know, Diaspora or something, when there's like 60 setups there? I imagine you have to scroll down the entire page, right? Basically, I want the thumbnails to be scrollable without scrolling the entire page. Does that make sense? Yeah, we have a training dummy for Horde, so you can test that. Hello, Taka. Also, one sec, chat. I missed a bit when I was shaving. I can feel it. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Shaving midstream. Well, I felt it, so I needed to get rid of it. Sorry if this is a kind of dumb question, but when it's hordes for Guild Wars, do you want to go charge attack, normal attack? You want normal attack ideally, but normal attack is probably... Well, okay, here's the thing, right? Both charge attacks and normal attacks, you probably can't do consistently. So I think this is just going to come down to you testing. But what I will say is normal attacks are the most optimized ones. If you can clear with 4 characters normal attacks, you've done really well, but I'm not sure if that's possible. I see needs help. I'm coming, I see. Surely isn't the Pearls one that you were complaining about earlier. Oh wait, actually wasn't. It's something else. Hey, stop. I already did that 30 minutes ago. Oh, okay. But you can test Fox, by the way. So if you go to home, go to menu, trial battles, there's a horde thing here. And when you do this, at the end, it's going to give you a time. Basically, try to get that time as low as possible. So like menu, oh, wrong one. Menu, trial, horde. And then bring your team, and your goal is to just kill this thing and then get the lowest time at the end possible. Why can't they just make the other Lignoids? I wish they had like NM90, 95, 100, 150. Like, I just want the defense and the HP. I don't even care about triggers, right? Why did Tay join and retreat on no? Why using multiple tab on one raid? I personally don't. It's a very sweaty thing to do that. It's also bad to stream, so I don't do it. But generally people do it because it might be easier to keep track of something that's happening if one screen isn't refreshing all the time. Also, Fox earlier said, I low-key blame Hrisvelga for being a cool weapon that tricks new players into wanting them. I'm one of them. Hrisvelga is a very cool weapon. But yeah, it's a cool weapon that needs a lot of investment. Which is faster, Horde or EX Plus? EX Plus is always better than Horde. From a meat game perspective, from a pots usage perspective, it is always better. Horde is what you do if you're lazy. Or you just can't micro EX Plus. Hi, is it better to have all the Celestial weapons before I fully uncap one? Maybe not all of them, but I would get the key Celestial weapons first that you use a lot. And then work towards 5-star uncapping the ones that you use a lot of, especially if you're using them for extra grids. Because in your extra grid, you can't put them in unless it's 5 stars. So if you have an extra grid and you want to put it down in these slots, they need to be 5 stars. So if you have a weapon like a staff or a sword that you use down here a lot, then uncap that, right? But I don't think you need to get all the Celestial 4 stars before you uncap them. So the answer's both, I guess. Or the answer's neither, I guess. Thank you for the follow. You like Horde because it's another thing to do while grinding meat? Yes. A lot of people like Horde because it's a passive way to farm meat. But it is very inefficient on your pots, and you will get more meat by just farming EX+. But yeah, as an example, like this one I cleared in 2 minutes and 53 seconds, right? So your goal essentially, if you want to optimize Horde, will be to do this. By the way, Horde is only accessible if you can one turn kill EX+ or something like that. What's the condition, chat? There's a condition. it's OTK EX plus. There we go. Yeah. So you have to be able to OTK EX plus. And then yeah, like doing EX plus, this thing here, is always better. Okay, not that one. So doing this will always be better. This EX plus. And then just refreshing through it. So this will be significantly faster meat gain, token gain, and you'll use less pots. So yeah, Horde is only recommended if you want to be lazy, or if you want to do something else on the side, or if you just need to do it while you're working or something like that. How are you refreshing trial? This icy guy. New Lyria makes OTK a bit easier. Yes, for sure. Teach me the dark arts. You just bookmark this page. You bookmark this page and then you just click the bookmark. I swear I did that. Maybe I messed up somewhere. I can have a look, Cajun. I agree that's a good idea. I just don't know how much I can actually do. But yeah, pause. Cajun said, hey, how about we try to make an EX Plus on my Steam Baby account? So let's try that, chat. My Steam Baby is going to be much worse than most of your guys' accounts. Because I don't think my Steam Baby has much. So let's take a look, shall we? Oh. Yeah, I can probably do an Ogi one, but I think that's more relatable, right? At the end of the day. Maybe get that one to Seer stage 4 5 first. Let's have a look. Let's have a look where we're at first. I haven't logged into Steam Baby since roulette ended, by the way. Wow, I got an item again. Lyria helps CA a lot, yes. He did it. When making a normal attack team, what character skills should you be looking out for? Echo, so that's called bonus damage. Anything that gives like supplemental damage, like Keen, stats like that. Echo is the big one. You thought my my account would just be for freebies? No, I wanted to play this for just a little bit of an idea. Wow. On the new player experience. Yeah, things that give triple attack rate or multi-attack rate in general are good, obviously. Okay, let's have a look. So, where is my Sears Academy at? We can make something work. Doesn't even have all the daggers. Like, I have the Opus, by the way. Because that was from Created by the Stars. Hello, merits. Oopsie, I'm using cerulean stones. What else can we do here? If I'm doing a charge attack setup, Yatima is good. Hailer is good. Gwyn is okay as well. Is Chichiri okay? I think Chichiri wants more, so I don't think we do Chichiri. Is having Hailer relatable? My grid makes it relatable. I sent some MILF messages in the wrong chat because of a raid. Oh no. Because of the new Grand Blues. Wait, what's the new Grand Blues? Oh no. Oh no. Does Tefnut have Unworldly? Yes, Tefnut also is Unworldly. I think this is what we're doing, right? So what I'm thinking, right, is we go... No skill nukes though. Yeah, I guess Octavia also is Unworldly too. I think Octavia's better, actually. Is having Paler relatable? There was just a free selector. Chat, we're gonna start with things and then we can decide afterwards what to cut. Let's start with that. Let's start with something, see if it even works, and then go from there. Doesn't Gwyn do a nuke? Yes, Gwyn does do a nuke. Wait, what just happened? How did that even happen? Is there a star character button? Oh, there is. Whoops. So yeah, Yatima, this.
外に出るのはスカンのだがな。頑張りましょう。私応援してます。
So let's go here. What's a quick way to do CQ thoughts without gladiator? Do I have something? Is Yatima 1 gonna work? Is that is 6 hits? Fuck. That's 4 hits. Win 3. Win 3. Does that work? Usual water character ban and scam. Awesome.
出番ですか？了解です。
We have too many characters we want to level. Oh, also we have Lyria. I forgot about Lyria. Using Lyria. Let's see if this works first. Okay, hold up. Wait a darn second. Okay, that works too. So where's your S3? I don't want to hear it. She needs level 45. Okay, it's fine. We couldn't do it anyways. She wasn't level 45. It wasn't my fault. It's actually optimal to not complete the Fate episode. Why? What, the asset loading? Okay, I miss bookmarks. I will say.
まずは深呼吸さ。
I wonder if I have something better. Also, I forgot to turn on
まずは深呼
EXP
吸
up.
さ。 シェイロ
You got Hexa to 27 in a pub. Very nice.
まずは深呼吸さ。
Is Steam better than the web version?
まずは深呼吸さ。
I personally like the browser better than the Steam client,
よっ消え消え
but... Oh, I can zero button this. Anyways, but Steam has better menuing. Did I cut from my team again? Tef not. I don't think I'll ever beat a hub hexa though. Things got hands when the pearls are still up. You'll get runs where people clear the pearls. Did he refresh so fast? Double back. One sec. Double back. This one. Uh, 36 is 36 turns decent for Horde. So you took 6 extra turns. Yeah, that's fine. Once again, Horde is just for passive farming, right? You only do it when you want to be lazy. So I think it's okay for it to be quote unquote not efficient. You do EX plus if you want to be efficient. Okay, we have leveled up our characters. Now we need what? I need Awakening. It's at level 4, right? No! Why aren't you leveling up your classes? Because I'm lazy. Do you die to this? Yes. It could be better. What's the aim? 30 out of 30, yeah. They're not a guaranteed drop. How can this be? I think I farmed these in Ultimate Bahamut back in the day. UBHL drops these, right? Alright, Awakening, back to this. Is Ilsa gonna do more for me than Gabriel? Probably not. No. Gabriel clicking S2 is probably gonna be more. I don't know your other characters in the list, but Ilsa might be better than those if you're using like Relic Buster, like a gun proficient MC. Clear the extreme special quest. Okay, how about we just try making our grid chat? Thoughts? Let's see what we're starting with and then go from there. Do I have Relic Buster actually first? I do need Relic Buster. Cajun, I don't want to do this anymore. Cajun, I don't want to do this anymore. Okay. Did you see how many side stories that was? Sirius gives you the maths? At what point? At what point? I needed to stop putting fucking SR Lyria in my party, by the way. Just buy the cores. We need Centrums, right? I think Centrums is the big one. Oh, that did not work. Oh, that also did not work. I should unlock Taylor's skill chat. What do you guys think? I think Taylor's S3 is sort of good. I think Angie's S3 is also sort of good. Should probably try to get those. Let's get some of these skill 3s. Spoil me, it's fine. Then Yatima's fate was really good. Read it the other day. It's really good. Yatima's fate is very good, but yes, it does spoil the society storyline, so you should read that first. Yatima's so cool. I get very emotional whenever I hear Rayberry and Yatima talk. You low-key cry really easily. Nah, Yatima's just a good story. I need to turn off the notification. Like a summon background, that one's really nice too. Where are we? Let's go grab Angie's skill, I guess, as well. Okay, so that's our thing at the moment. Sinno CEO, what's this? Girlfriend, can't even learn Earthquake, only digs up things from past, could dive poison, requires love and affection. Excadrill, stab Earthquake, can tunnel through terrains, immune to poison, can be neglected when put in box. Okay. Alright, buddy. They should give an option to skip all the fates. I think they should just spread them out a little bit better. Forge Xeno. Wait, so I have Xeno, right? Wait, do I not have Xeno? Yes, I have the Xeno. Now we just go to the shop. Xeno. Yeah, it gives you everything. So now we just gotta actually do it. Wow. Perfect. Uncap the Wand of Gabriel 3 times. Irashai. Now, why did it take me back here? Hello? They need to fix this. And now it's gonna be like, hey, you need level 45 and we gotta do it again. Okay, that works. Okay, that's done. Where is it? They should make this similar. They really should. I think they've split it because of the Fate episode, but I think they still need to streamline that. Indignant conflagration. Okay, then we do need to fix the grid though. Should I put the water opus in chat? It's only level 1 skill 1 though. Hello, Jared. My fodder. No. Is Shukra better for auto attack teams compared to someone like Gabriel? No, Gabriel's usually better, but Shukra can be good. She's just sort of RNG reliant, but Gabriel's the best. Oh, I can get 5-star, I forgot. Let's do this. You got Enmity. Enmity is just usually harder to activate because you don't start the battle at low HP. I think my Opus second key we're probably gonna do CA, so I'll leave that open for now. Alright, we are very strong all of a sudden. That Baha dagger sort of sucks. In fact, is the other weapon better? This one? No, apparently not. Do I believe it? Okay, I'll believe you. Level 10, level 10, level 10. I think we have a level 15, yeah. Alright, back to this. Play this. Skip. Boss battle. This guy's not gonna know what hit them. Ready for this, chat? Normal attack grid at rank 2. Okay, that didn't work very well. That's okay, we have dodge. That's all that matters. Does Baha do so much damage? And back to Steam. This is indeed Steam for now, yes. It would be better in a normal attack grid, Europa or Octavia, depends on what you're fighting. Seeds of Redemption. Chat, the newer you are, the less you have to worry about team building. And it's when you're newer, you should take that time to learn what your characters do. And what I mean by that is actually putting them in your team and using their skills and seeing how they work. It's less about, hey, is this a good team? It's less about, hey, what's good for this sort of team? It's more you should be learning what your characters do. Team building in Grand Blue is nowhere near as strict as other games like Genshin or ZZZ or Wuwa. And the newer you are, normal attack is just not going to work as well because you need a very good grid to support that. There's no place for element shards, like weapon shards. Element shards. What are element shards? Quartz. Quartz is only events, pretty much. Technically, you can farm Omega 1 raids for the Omega drops, and you can also farm showdowns as well. So showdowns and Omega M1 is what you're looking at. But I recommend doing the showdown skips. I don't really recommend going out of your way to farm showdowns. Something I discovered is that Lycra is really good at ramping up Uni, which can let you do some funny things. How come my Ciate is almost dead? Oh, was that why? Oh, that doesn't give Veil. I thought it gave Veil. Let's do it. Solo 6 Dragon is rank 151. My plus has a code. You keep dying at the end. You want to delay Luo. I forgot this happened. What am I meant to do? Begging you to run. There we go. It was bugged. Why did I create a new account? I've had this account for a bit. Ever since Steam released, pretty much. Well, not ever since, but like. For Horde, you turn off Payless Skill 2 for full auto. If you're normal attacking, that gives you more damage. I would leave it on.
追い詰めるわ。お、気張っていくよ。お、行くぞ行くぞ。愚かな。お願い。届いて。お、行くぞ。
This is the CC wave. Yeah, I would just leave it on, Fox. There are some skills that aren't explained. Like Payla's skill says allies gain cloud walk, but it doesn't tell you what it does. It does if you click effects. You can't see it in battle unless you actually click it, yes. That being said, there are some weird skills where they don't tell you, but Payla's is not one of them actually. Oh, I could have used Kato. So like if you click Payla and then you click effects, it does show you what it does. Normal attack is amped. Normal attack and CA is partially absorbed to HP. It lowers the damage you take. Buffs can't be removed or shortened. Does the event farming trick work on Steam client? Been trying it, but it returns me to this quest screen. The event farming trick. Yeah, it would work. Like here, this is basically the event quest. It's like it would work the same way. From this screen, you click back. Assuming I kill it, which I did not just then. But then it takes me here, then I click back again and it's here. You might be clicking it too early, or make sure you're starting from the summon screen. Last question before I do some farming. What support skill do you want to take on your MC? Generally miserable mist. Generally mist. It's hard to go wrong with mist. Unless it's like a multi-phase fight like Horde. If it's a multi-phase fight like Horde, then I'm not sure what would be best. I think that at that point you sort of want to test a little bit. Oh, uphill hikers. Yeah, what Cat a Doctor said is also true. If you're trying to do it for multi-fights, it doesn't work sometimes. It's hard to explain, but basically if it's a fight with multiple waves, see how this is a wave 1? I can do it in this fight, but if it was a wave like 3 or 2 or something, then it might be a little bit harder. But I can tell you that the double back trick definitely works in Steam. That's not a browser only thing. Are we sick of listening to Mugen yet, chat? Take one for the team. Is it that? Refreshing isn't being paused. There's some weird fights like that. This is one of them. If you do back refresh. If I do regular reload, it refreshes. See? I can't play for more than 2 hours. Chrome starts giving me a timeout error. This started when I got that playing for too long. Is this a GBF thing or is that my ISP being funny? GBF does not give you timeout errors. That's your ISP, I think. Chat, do you guys know what Aldekai is talking about? Like, are you talking about the capture? Granblue sends you a capture, but that doesn't time you out or anything. The error is a network issue. What? No, I think we're all talking about different things here. Sorry. Sounds like some sort of parental control. Yeah, I would maybe... If you have a screenshot, feel free to drop it in Discord or something like that. But no, Granblue does not stop you from playing multiple hours at a time. They check if you're still there though. What do you mean? My streamer is a skipper. Yeah. We're trying to make water OTKs. This track is so good. You're gonna do Guild War? No. I'm just demonstrating team building. What do these do? The capture. Yeah, the capture's a separate thing. Nah, that's your ISP, I think. Aldekai. I'd call them up and see what's going on there. Is the next skill water favored? Yes. Our clones. Instant charge. Boomy.
Sir just subscribed with Prime. BC Stair, BC Stair, BC Stair, BC Stair, BC Business, BC Stair.
BC Stair, BC Business, BC Stair. You get it down to 31 turns with full auto. I think that works, yeah. You can fix damage issue with the MC and some plus marks. Yeah, maybe try like twin coil or something on MC, maybe. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, now we can get... Do I get the mantle already? Or do I need to do something for the mantle? I think this is the mantle. There we go. There's the mantle. Clear the raid 2 times. Wait, hold up, pause. When do I get Relic Buster? Do I have to get everything to stage 4? Just farm the mat. I'm thinking I just farm the mats. Don't you need to clear the... No, the moon event's one way to do it. The Sierras gives it to you as well. Chat help. Steam baby needs some. Holy, we have... what's it called? We have strike time. Did the funny EMTFA? It's good, right? Wow. I did things. $70 more feathers. And you can do most of the funny gun things. Ah, there's Relic Buster chat, I think. We did it. It wasn't actually that fun. I wanted... Let me do some of these trades you guys told me to do. Orbs. Maybe not right now. Perhaps not right now. We got it. Wows. Learn an extended mastery skill. Oh yeah, about that. Alright, hold up. Class. Classes. It's like watching me from the beginning again. Now I need a gun or a sword. You know that works. That works for now. Go here, then we go to this. We just gotta get the class to level 20 first. Now you have to do her Svelga burst. Absolutely not. Who did I have on my team earlier? Gwyn, Gwyn. That's what it was. The Buster Gun's good, I just have to skip through 20 side stories to get there, which I don't want to do. But yeah, the Buster Gun is actually very good. Just unlocked on Myoji because it's a pretty outfit. It is very pretty. Use points. We need limit burst. I'll get tactical shield as well. Clear the free quest 9-3 in Point Aquila. Wows. I don't have Gwyn third skill. I forgot to equip the other skills on MC. Not the single attack Octavia. Holy halo damage. $500k CA. What's wrong with that? It's Cajun flaming noobs. Just you? Well, that's just rude. Obtain the summons Justice and Moon. I'm glad they make you do Justice as well. Progress through 9-3 of hard. Okay. After all normal points. Oh, okay. I mean, do I need to do this? I feel like we can try something. I don't know what else stage 4 gives me. Judgment. I've been on Magna Draconic this entire time. Just click everything. Don't forget to lower your cortisol. What is TP? TP is our current points. It's not something that matters anymore. Wow. Is that still the hardest Arcarum? Or does the free grids make it easy? I feel like it's still going to be the hardest. I hope it's not death. Okay, we're good. We have unlimited Arcarum tickets. If you're new, you have 3 clears until you get all of the stages. Tower speaks English? Steam Baby as Lamarok and get Leon, yes. I want 1 button Fate episode skip. All these damn skippers. Oh my god, that grid. Do they have less use than Renowns? I don't know. I think it depends on what you have and what you need. Buying merits, yeah, we're gonna buy merits. We're too poor. Three enemies? It's not fair. Golden Dawn. You have OP characters. You also play Steam? I made a Steam account to I forgot my MC doesn't double Ogi. Not until we get the Katura thing. But I just have a Steam account to for new player purposes, really. Happy vibes. You can't get any more Arcarum points this week. Uncap the summons. We'll probably need Sunstones and Everlights for Transcendence. Yep. That's why I'm saying we shouldn't be spending our Sunstones on Providences and things like that yet. Xeno Ifrit Clash within 4 turns? Oh, this guy won't know what's about to hit him. Sub-Aura summons, wows. Wait a second, this is stronger than these summons. Was that good? No, it's awful. I just wanted to see. What should I prioritize? Arcarum or Academy? Academy is going to make you do Arcarum, so yeah, Academy. Ah, I forgot to bring, you know, Limit Burst, one of the best skills for our class at the moment. Okay, it's fine. I think we're good. Is the water grid that GBF provides you reliable? The Academy one? Yeah, Academy one is good. We completed everything in stage 4. We did it! Can I upgrade my Opus? It's fine. It's time. Maybe they're talking about that. That's why I asked if they're talking about Zeros. The ones with the comics. So these ones, huh? So we're talking this one.
they're okay. If you're super new, these ones are good. This one you don't need to worry about. The sword you don't need to worry about. The rest of them are fine. This is fine. The grid itself is fine. The strategy is entirely dependent on what you have and things like that. But yeah, the grids are overall fine. This weapon you don't need to get though. But yeah, this is fine. This is fine, and then this is fine. Yeah, the grid itself is fine. The strategy is very questionable, but it's just to get you started. I like how it suggests as characters newbies probably won't have. Well, these are all permanent characters. This is a free character. So yeah, I don't know. You can only cover so much, right? Hi, I have a hard problem with loading, browser, freezing, and loop. I tried Mudfish and other VPNs, but with no success. Do I know a possible fix? So you're on browser, right? Dark Dragon? This sounds like maybe you have an issue with like third-party plugins. Try a different browser, right? If you're on Chrome, try like Edge, and then see if you have the same issue there. You have tried Chrome and Edge. Same thing. Can you record it and post it on Discord? Like the problem? I think people will be able to understand what the problem is much better. Hey, Mr. Streamer, show us how to spark. Why is there so many gacha weapons here? Can't even tell which one's a gacha. That one's gacha. These ones we should all be reducing once we don't need them anymore. Not reserving. Okay, that's fine then. Is there a limit on how many celestial weapons you can farm? No, there is not. The physical limit is your sanity. Your luck kind of. They are very low drop rate, so you just need to do the fight a lot. Is your drop rate useful for that? For Celestials? Yes, they are. Oh, you got the bug? I have to figure that out, sorry. For some reason, the bot doesn't give the roll properly. I don't understand. But yeah, you got it now. It's set to reaction, but it doesn't show the reaction button. Oh, really? I think that's a first. Huh. Can I set full auto to use heal? No. No, you cannot. Alright, let's see. So what are we up to, chat? We are trying out OTKs. Do you have the setting disabled? Are you talking to Dragon or me? Dragon. Maybe they have a... Yeah. I didn't realize there was a setting to just not see reactions. But we have had issues with Carbot recently, so... Alright, anyways, let's see. So currently we're gonna be super far off, I would imagine. But let's just see what we're working with, huh? We have to take out Octavia as well. Is Gwyn gonna be best for us? Oh, Octavia can't be here. I forgot. Okay, we're much further than I thought as well. Alright. Steam Battle UI looks uncanny. It does. If you're used to browser. if you're used to browser, then that definitely is a bit of a shock. Right, so you're out. I think Yati was better. How do we get more damage immediately? Things like this would help. Are we just going for CA? We don't have a choice. We have to. Ticket to Europa Hub. We need to collect Macula. This would obviously help. I feel like if this account just isn't developed enough. Is 7-minute clear fine? Like I said, Hoarder's to be lazy anyway, so it's okay. Why not Lyria? Because I forgot about her. Alright, who does the least amount of damage here? I think it'd be Gwyn, right?
あなたと一緒ならどこまででも行けます。
You beat the Hexa solo quest, you just have to find the courage to join the other, to join with other people. Best of luck. I don't even know if Baja's the best. This still needs more help. It's a bit closer though. I'm pretty sure this would have worked if we full autoed everything, but I think at this point this is sort of what you're expecting though, right? We'll start with that. Do we have anything? Nope.
努力は裏切らんということか。努力は裏切らんという努力は裏切らんということか。わらわの目にかなうような宝があると良いのだ
Holy
がな。
CA damage. I'm not sure if Tefnut or Yachima's better. I think it's Tefnut though. I think it's Yachima though. We'll try this later. Let's see how much that helped. I'm out of Bajas. Was Baja even the best? Let's see. I mean, the thing is we're calling Baja at the moment, so it probably is. Yeah, I think it is. Tefnut gives Paler Assassin. Is it if you click this? Yeah, I guess. Alright. That's probably better. But now I'm gonna get told, hey, this is unrelatable. I would argue that my grid makes this relatable, but... Did you get the harp from the pendant shop? The Tyros Zither? No. This grid is very, very budget. Do I have artifacts? No. Can use 2 summons with Lyria, yeah. We're trying to get this to be as low buttons as possible, but it's gonna be sort of tricky to do, to be quite frank. Let's just get Tefnut up. No. Why did I click that on turn 2? Awakening 4 is sort of big. Because of the charge attack damage. We don't have EMP, no. Close. No, it was enough. I don't know how this Tefnut character works. At end of turn, this activates. Got it. Okay. So auto nuke there. Sleep RNG is real. Did that matter? Maybe it did. We can put in a key here. This is only level 10. Is this yelling that it's going to use more SSRs? Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I think for the grid we have, this is fine, right? And then from here, you just try to optimize a little bit more. As in, like, you try to take out some buttons and see if it works. So, we tried with mist. We'll try cutting mist now. I gotta ask, I took a bit of a break. I see Grambler Party is gone. I loved using their custom daily raids list. Is there something similar out there? No, I don't think so. Go, DY, go. Not the Lyria dying so we don't get the thing. Down. My god, go again. No, not that one, not that one. Not that one. Keep forgetting what I'm trying to click and what I'm not. A Google Sheet checklist works okay for dailies? Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's what I did. You posted some videos. I'll watch in just a moment. Oh no, I think we need to click miss chat. We lose too much payload damage. MC 139. Okay, so just click the mist. I mean, you just write down what raids, right? And then you I mean, to be fair, I wasn't familiar with how Grand Blue Party's one did it, but you don't go through raids. For me, my list is things that aren't raids, yeah. So things that I can't check easily. Raids, you can check easily, so I actually don't do that one. Wait, we got sleep again. Alright, if we're not using quote-unquote OP characters, what are we doing then? Olia. Gwyn is a permanent character, therefore not OP, right? I think that's how this works. Chichiri has Seer activate. Chichiri does have things, but I need to level them. How much you need to farm Guild Wars to get one maxed character? So you need 40 boxes on top of the one Zeros gives to get one 5-star character, but that's not enough to max the character. I feel like... Okay, wait, hold on. If we're talking Eternals, your goal should be 40 box for one character. There is more that you need, but I feel like that's getting a little bit too involved into it. Am I gonna do Guild War on this account? No, I'm not. How can I get more XP books? You don't really. XP books are given out through random things and they're just to be lazy. Farming XP in Grand Blue is very simple, so you really don't need you don't really need to worry about the books.
いい感じ。いい感じ。いい感じ。教わったことは。ウルちゃん、本当にこの服なら。
Actually, other than skips, what do endgame players usually do for level EMP? Campaign quest or sandbox? Bar farm, yeah, there's a couple of things you can do. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's what's it called? At the end of the day, getting XP is not too difficult in the game. This Ogi's so good. We're off by a little bit. How many Ogis does Chichiri need? What are we looking at? Oh, I'll show it again after this. When receiving a boost to charge bar effect, we need one more to activate this. So we need another character that does. Might not be enough damage anyways. No, it's not. Okay. This isn't helping Chichiri, so let's swap that out. As for what's best, it's probably a dagger or the Xeno. Xeno is better. We have no normal attack in our grid. We would really like some normal attack. Turn your Baha weapon to Kodan. Not yet. Okay, that is better. So we do this. Let's try again. Because that wasn't affecting Chichiri is the big one. Also, speaking of, that wasn't affecting Pela earlier either. Alright, those of you who were ad-locked, hopefully you're not ad-locked anymore. Do we have... Oh wait, no. Water Silver doesn't do that. What percentage is uncommon referring to? Can you give us the context? What says uncommon? Does your Opus have second skill? No, it does not. Not yet. Miserable Mist. Oh my god. It's fine. This is part of being a new player. Chest. That just means we don't have a solid drop rate for it on the wiki. Anyways, here's the looking thing, chat. Alright, go again. This time with no miserable miss. I think we need to click one button minimum though. We're 9% off. What if we cheat by putting one good character in? Does that help? Everyone should have Pela. What if they pick Katura? This is very unrelatable. The fucking sound effect's so funny for Chichiri. This is not enough, by the way. Got my snack monitor, it changes everything. That was worse than Gwyn. Katura got Crewmate got Katura early and then got her on the last ever alert. Now Paylillis, yeah. Gwyn good. Hello Pedoro, how's it going? Sorry for being late. It's okay. Why is this guy acting like this is like class or something? Would Huanglong give Chichiri a stack? No, does not. Also, I think Baha Call is too important to give up in this case. I mean, we could technically do this as well. I'm pretty sure. It isn't whoever I've been submitting homework to then? It wasn't me.
やってみます。からくりの出番だね。余裕なんてないよ。
What if I clicked rage on MC? That would help, yeah. I'm sure there's a couple things we could do, but I'm just trying to do this in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish buttons. 5 plus 1.
百科人花の縁。甘々になっちゃえ。受けてみるかい。
It's close.
これで
3%.
なんでね。よっ、手応え。
But yeah, this is... I feel like this is a good demonstration, right? Because, like, we're going in with, like, super fucking budget grid. Worse than Sierra's. Like, Sierra's gives you much better stuff. And we're still OTKing, right? Even if we're using characters like this, we can easily OTK. Wouldn't Europa Harp solve this? Yeah. Many things could solve this. Me putting on a second key on my Opus could potentially solve this. You get... What weapons do you get for... Like in Sierra's, you get more on your weapon grid as well. I'm on stage 4, so we're missing the upgraded Seraphic weapon. We're missing upgraded Baja weapon. Like there's a couple things here. We're missing the upgraded Levy as well. Maybe one of the gacha weapons would improve it? No, there's no gacha weapon that would improve this. Destroyer would solve this. You guys are so smart. Have I ever told you that? But yeah, this is less about what would fix this. This is more about how can we make this work with what we have right now. Like if you're any further in Sierra's than this, you're gonna have a much easier time. So yeah, this is more about how can we make this work with what we currently have. Shiva Summon. Yeah, no, I don't think so. That one, I don't think so. Awakening 10. Okay, new players are not going to have Awakening 10. But yes, higher levels of Awakening would also help here. We don't even have the charge attack at the moment. I think we just have to click Gwyn 3. I was trying to avoid clicking Gwyn 3. Do new players get rings? Yeah, you get a bunch for free. Also, you can buy them from the shop. I think rings are very minimal, by the way. Rings was me being lazy and not farming Awakenings. It's the same thing. You can just farm Awakenings. Or you can have both. Oh! Not single attack. Yeah, also I'm missing free Selene, what Eista said. If we just do Home Sweet Moon, that's another free like charge attack damage, honestly. But yeah, like this is showing that you can OTK with very minimal investment. Does it take long? Yes, but I also don't think you should be expecting much more if you're at this point in the game, right? Permanent / free characters here. How do you get the Opus weapon? There's a side story. This one. This one gives you a free Opus weapon. Okay. Any more things I should do on baby account, chat? Thoughts? Would a new player get enough pages to buy an upgrade for that Opus? I don't recommend that, and no, they would not. Hello, I'm back. My ISP is the problem. I tried using a VPN. It works. My ISP is limiting my Granblue playtime to 2 hours. Yep, you gotta call them up and see what's going on there. Spark. Rank. No. No. Good suggestions, chat. Wait, good equals really bad suggestions. Alright, let me go back to Dragon's thing. Has anybody had a look at these videos? How do you get more books? Which books? Awfully sarcastic today. Have you ever met an Australian? We're serious all the time. And certainly we don't twist everything we say. Oh, XP books? Not really. But getting experience in Granblue is super fast and super easy to do, so it's not something you have to really worry about. Is there a quick way to level masteries? I need to get 2 classes to 30 for Mana Diver. Not really a quick way, no. Just your regular ways to farm XP, it's the same. Alright, let me watch this. Okay, so they just click and nothing works. Is Dragon here? Dragon is still here. What do you know what the... Do you know what the Seraphim candles are used for? What on earth is a Seraphim cradle? Oh, you just reserve these. Anything with the upgrade or XP boost, you just reserve them. So if you go to your inventory, click reserve, and then this one's a summon, so you go sort, and then click all of these. Make sure level 1 only is on, and then click auto select, and then these are just used for XP. It's XP fodder. This looks like packet loss or something. Dark Dragon. Can you open command prompt and ping Granblue? I'm assuming you have not a Steam account, right? Seeing as you're farming Augustia, I'm gonna assume you're not on a Steam account. So can you open command prompt And then can you type ping? I'll type it in chat actually. Type this. Can you type that in command prompt and see if you're getting packet loss or something? No, I don't have packet loss. I have it. It's saved. Okay, so there's no packet loss. I don't know. All I can suggest right now is clearing your cache and hoping that fixes it. But my ping is high. No, this is more than ping. With Mudfish, it's 280. Without 310. No, but... Wait, sorry. If it was ping, you would have... Like, this wouldn't be a new problem. You would be okay with this. Right? You're probably bringing this up because it's new and different, right? Guardian, please. Can you open Mudfish and then just check that nothing's going on there? Like in the real-time RTT graph, like if there's like packet loss or something, it's gonna show there. And also, are you certain you're on the best server? The best node, I mean. But have you tried clearing your cache? You will need to log into the game again. Just keep that in mind, but you're using the best one that shows in Mudfish. Okay. Wait, my Clarice died before. We could get the skill out. At the moment, I'm pretty sure your thing is internet-based somehow. Like, since you've tried different browsers and it's the same. You say there's no packet loss, so we're gonna rule that out. I would just try a different node. Like, I'm gonna assume you're on Tokyo Google 5, so maybe try host hatch and just see how that goes. But ultimately, you might just need to call your ISP and see what's going on as well. BC vibe. Alright, let's see. Unplug it and plug it back in. Hi DY, what do I do if my inventory is full of weapon and I've already reserved what I don't need? Okay, so inventory management guide is coming soon, but let me give you a sneak peek of what I'll be talking about. Firstly, do you have these silver weapons? Do you have a bunch of these silver weapons that are called rusted something? Because if you do, what you can do is click unload. So find one, click unload, and then click uncap. And then that's going to free up a bunch of space, firstly. So do that. So that's one thing. Another thing you can do is you look through the SSR weapons. And whenever you see an SSR weapon that you don't need anymore, right? So let's pretend that you've got enough of these ancient Exarchs weapons, right? Sierra's gives you all the ones that you probably need, so you probably don't need more. So let's just pretend you have this in your inventory. What you do is you scroll down to the bottom and then you click under auto conversion, click rotate. What this does is that it means that it will reserve and reduce them whenever you get them, and it rotates between the two. So one time it'll be reserved, the next time it'll be reduced. So it's going to automate this process, basically. So you can click that, right? And then when you go to reserve and you click auto select, it will show up here as well if you've set it up correctly, which apparently I've not. Oh, it's probably because it wants to reduce first, but yeah. But that's sort of what you can do. And you can do that with SR weapons too. If you haven't picked up the gacha weapons, any SR weapons in your inventory, you can SR weapons with skills, you can click reserve on those. And that makes it so anytime you get that particular weapon, it's going to start reserving. This is, by the way, assuming that under your settings and miscellaneous that you have set up auto conversion to be on already. If you've set this to be on, then it will work. If you haven't, then make sure you go to miscellaneous like I just did. Go to auto conversion, click settings, and then just click everything, and then click OK. So yeah, it's going through your inventory and then cleaning up the SSRs. I followed your previous guide, yeah. In the previous guide, I didn't do the SSRs, but in this case, do the SSRs as well. It's not going to reduce anything or reserve anything until like you give it confirmation to, so you can do that. I found a bunch of raids after a raid and it's all gone. I'm being set up. I don't know what that means, sorry. Really? So how this works, right, is if you read the terms and conditions, it says items with skills will not be selected. There are no SSR weapons in the game with no skills. So the only way this works is if there's a fail safe, right? So even if you click SSR here, if I get a new SSR weapon, it's not going to just do it. What I have to do is click the weapon, go down, and then put the setting on. That thing I was showing earlier. If you don't have anything set, it's never going to do it. Because all SSR weapons have skills. Does that make sense? So that's the failsafe. Unless you've gone, oopsie, I clicked SSR on this menu. Oopsie, I clicked SSR here, and then you went, oopsie, I clicked SSR on literally every SSR weapon I need here, and I clicked all of these, and there's like another confirmation window. Unless you've done 10 oopsies in a row, there's no way it works. And then even then, let's pretend you've made 10 oopsies somehow. You can go home, you can go news, you can scroll down, click contact us. On Steam, there'll be like a button here which says contact us. Right, since I'm on browser, it's just going to be a slightly different thing. And then on this menu, there's going to be like a button here which says like item retrieval or something like that. Mine's in Japanese because I'm on browser. And then if you happen to oopsie 10 times in a row, then you can still pick it up within 24 hours. So like, yeah, I reduced this. I reduced it. Oh no, I needed it. If I go back to that menu, home, news, technical issues for browser, contact us, this button, it's right there. See? So yeah, if you happen to oopsie 10 times in a row, then you can still pick it up. So you don't have to even worry about that. And now it's back in my inventory. Oh, it goes to my crate first. Yeah, there we go. An item recovered with the retrieval feature. So it will only auto reserve things when you set it in the settings here. So what I'm saying at this point is go through your inventory and click the ones that you want to set that to. Now, one thing to note is that any items with an icon, see how like this one has this little icon here? This one has this icon. These ones can't be selected, which is annoying. So if anything has those, then it's not going to work. But like a weapon like this is from the current event. I've set it to rotate. So it means that it's going to pick this up automatically whenever I get it from a quest drop now, and then start automatically dealing with those. But yeah, I think the main thing that's going to be filling your inventory is going to be the rusted weapons. So get rid of those. You can use the unload feature there. There's probably going to be a bunch of SR Xeno weapons and event weapons and things like that. But pretty much, unless you've picked up gacha weapons, for all of the SR weapons in your inventory, you can just click reserve. And then once you've done that, go down to the reserve menu and then click auto select. And then it's going to pick up those weapons that you've set to be auto reserved now. Because like when you click the sword button, you can tick on auto reserved weapons. And then it's going to pick those up. Hopefully that made sense. It was a little bit long-winded, which is partially why this fucking video is taking forever to come out, because there's so many different ways you can do this. I actually don't have any rusted weapons. I started my account like 9 days ago. My account is relatively new. Oh, okay. Is it just SSR weapons? Oh, you picked up your gacha stuff. Yes, things get complicated. Weapons from Academy is fine. The gacha is the kicker here. So the gacha stuff is the tricky part. So your inventory has no rares, right? Your inventory is no rares. Is that, am I following? It just has SRs and SSRs. Just SRs and SSRs. Okay, can you do this for me? Go SR, click series, and then go to Omega weapons. So that's SR series Omega weapons. You'll find a bunch here. I currently don't have any, but you'll find a bunch. For each unique weapon, can you click it and then scroll down and then click reserve on the auto conversion for each new one. So if you have like 2 spears, you don't have to do it for both. But like if it's a fire spear, then a water spear or whatever, go and click reserve on each new one. And once you've done that, scroll to the bottom, click reserve, and then click auto select. And then those ones should be picked up now when you click the auto reserve menu. So do that first. And then let me know when you're done with that. And you've reserved all those weapons. Am I gonna make a guide on Eternals? Maybe. Maybe. Just thinking about it gives me conniptions, but maybe. The tricky part here, right, is that I think it's best to show myself doing it. But to show myself doing it, I need to farm it on a new account because I can't do it on my current account. Unless I just want to waste a gold bar, which I don't want to. So that's the annoying part. Yeah, so Steam Baby Guild War time. Hello, Overlord. So clicking reserve on the auto conversion for each new weapon. Clicking auto conversion reserve. Yes, that's correct. So click the weapon, go to the bottom. With that filter set, by the way. With the filter set, click under auto conversion. I don't have a weapon that does this anymore. Just move them all out of my inventory. But yeah, that's what you're doing. I'm guessing account sharing is insta-banned. No, it's not. It's technically not allowed, but I don't know of anybody who's ever been banned. I mean, I guess I could do it on someone else's account. That is technically something I can do. But yeah. So not selecting one that's already max cap and max leveled. Well, the thing is, it will automatically select it, but when you click the reserve here, as long as you have level 1 only, it's never going to pick that as a valid option. So feel free to click it for even the max skilled and the max cap up weapons. When you click this, as long as you have this one checked, it's not gonna pick up those ones anyways. It just means any future ones you get, it's gonna pick it up automatically. You're done? Okay, so you've clicked auto select and you've got rid of all the SRs, right? Or rid of those SRs, I should say. At this point, for any other SR, what you can do, if you want, is you can check on the wiki if it's from the gacha or not. Unfortunately, in-game, there is no gacha filter. If you don't want to bother with that, I completely understand. So you can just click reduce and then reduce all SRs you have. But basically, with the remaining SRs, you can just reduce them. Unless you want to go one by one and check them if they're on the wiki. In which case, if they're from the gacha, you reduce. If they're not from the gacha, you reserve. But I don't think that's worth your time, personally. Your inventory probably doesn't have that many SRs where it's that impactful. It's the way I see it. So essentially, with any remaining SR in your inventory, as long as it's not like a rusted weapon or something, then just reduce. Reduce all the SRs. The fastest way to do it is that, yes. I think that's a pretty good way to do it as well. But it also doesn't really change how annoying it is. Cool, now I got 90 slots back. Now, what I recommend is whenever you do a quest in the results screen, keep an eye out for any SSRs or SRs that you get. So what I mean is, like, pretend I do a quest here. Let's just do this quest. And then what will happen is I can't wait for this new video. The reason it's taking so long is, do you see how involved this process is? And it sort of needs back and forth from me and you. That's what's making this so hard to make. And like me making a YouTube video where I can't have like a back and forth conversation, it's like, that's the reason. And I don't want it to be like 30 minutes long as well. So, and it's obviously too much to put in a beginner's guide as well. So, anyway, so when you do a quest and in the results screen, you get an SSR or an SR weapon in the future. Not one of the upgraders. The upgraders will automatically do it based on the settings that we set, but let's just try to get a weapon here. Game, give me one. Just increase the video speed by 0.25. Oh my god. I need something else. Are you running Shinji Ray? Yeah, I do. Is it safe to reserve the SR and R skill stones? Yes, those are safe to reserve. Do those. Sorry for taking your time. No, that's okay. I forgot what I was doing. Pro skip, I already did my skips. That's why. Okay. All right. We're just gonna pretend we got one. Okay. Whenever you finish a quest and you see an SR or a if you see one of these weapons, right? If you see a regular SR or a SSR that you don't need anymore and it doesn't say upgrader, then you can click it. And when you click it, there's going to be a menu that says like, hey, auto reserve, auto reduce, or rotate. For SR weapons, you can reserve. And for SSR, you can click rotate when you don't need it anymore. Hopefully that makes sense. And that's going to be a way to automate it in the future. And you only need to do this once per weapon. Yeah, that's a landmine, Fox, unfortunately. Nico's not here, but it looks like Cajun's backing Nico up here. And I won't need it anymore once the weapon is fully uncapped. Some weapons you might want multiple copies of. So if you're worried about SSRs, just leave them. You can decide later on, right? But SRs, you can just reserve. I cannot believe we still haven't got one of these. Wait, maybe my nightmare will have it. Man. Oh, wait. Yeah. So, yeah, this weapon here, do you see how that cup icon's there? So this is saying that the items were used for auto item utilization. So it's done it automatically. And that's because on this menu, I've clicked the weapon and said reserve right there. I request the full 20-minute timer. No, it's not. Regular bonks are only 60 seconds. So yeah, on this menu for SRs, feel free to go reserve always. On this menu for SRs, always do reserve. For SSRs, you would click rotate. That you don't need anymore, right? And if you're not sure if you don't need it, then just don't do anything. So hopefully that that explains a little bit. Dragon, I don't know what I'm looking at here. I'm gonna be real. What does reducing? Reducing breaks it down into other usable materials. So here, I'll reduce something. If I reduce this thing, no, not that one. So if I reduce this thing, it gives me weapon stones, it gives me orbs, and it gives me walls. So it basically, reducing gives you materials that you need in the future, and reserving gives you XP and also weapon skill XP. Those are two different stats. Boon's ahead of the curve. Hopefully you find a solution, but I feel like this is internet based. It could be just ISP, it could be something else. Time out someone random. You got sheep? Am I allowed to time out staff? No, I think that's not allowed, sorry. Why is Nihui Vinte so much... Oh, why is Volk so much easier? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I don't know any of these names. Oh, you got Tai. Okay, there you go. We're bonking Tai. Sorry, Tai. Bonked. Alright, chat, any last minute questions before I have to leave? What does rotate do? Rotate switches between reserve and reduce. Reserve, reduce. It just keeps swapping between the two. What that I just got here. That's exactly why I'm leaving. Do you love me? Sorry, that's all the questions we have. That's all the time we have for questions today. Let's go raid chat. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed. We'll raid tech today. Hope you enjoyed me making newbie setups for the Steam account. I'll be back tomorrow, not in the morning because tomorrow's Saturday, but I'll be back in the afternoon, okay? Have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching, and I will catch you guys later. Goodbye. Don't do it, Hank. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye.